In this follow along Blender sculpting tutorial, I'm going to show you how to create this Roman bust statue. Now this video is going to be a little bit different from my normal tutorials because it's not very scripted, and I actually haven't even made this specific Roman statue before, and so this is the first time I'm actually creating it. So with most of my tutorials, they're a little bit more technical, maybe I'm making a procedural material video or a box modeling tutorial where I model something, so I'll make it a few times and prep the tutorial and write out a script and write out the basic steps, and then I'll film the video so I know how to create it. But with sculpting, the process is much more creative, so I'm just going to be sculpting this for the first time and showing you how I would go about creating this entire sculpture. So I'll be going through the entire process from collecting reference images, setting up Blender for sculpting, doing all of the sculpting, and then posing the character, and then adding a cool like marble material onto it so it looks like a statue, and then doing the lighting and rendering and even doing an animation. So it's almost going to be a little bit more like a vlog style tutorial where I'm just going through the process and showing you how I would create something like this. So definitely let me know in the comments if you like this kind of tutorial and you'd like to see more of them. And depending on how well the video does on YouTube, if people seem to like it, then maybe I'll make more of them. Creating sculpting tutorials is something that's a little bit more new on my channel, so I'm playing around with different types of videos and trying out different things like time-lapse videos, creation process videos, step-by-step videos, and seeing what you guys like and what videos do well on YouTube. And you can also help support the channel and purchase the tutorial project files on my Gumroad store and Patreon page. And if you purchase the project files, you'll get the finished Blender file, you'll get all the different materials, you'll also get the reference images and just all of the tutorial files. And so with this type of video, you can either just watch the tutorial and see the process of how I'd create a character like this, or you can follow along and create the exact same character. And I will have a free download of the reference images that I'm going to be using, so if you want to download them and put them on a separate monitor, you can do that and follow along with the tutorial. So let's now talk about reference images and how I'm going to collect reference images for this artwork. So I found this really cool Roman bust statue image from Pixabay, so I'll have the link in the video description if you want to download the same image. However, using just one reference like this is actually going to make it really hard to sculpt an accurate face, because this is only the front view, so I can't see like the depth of the nose and the depth of the face, and it's just going to be so much harder to sculpt it accurately. So what I'm going to be doing is putting this into Gemini AI, and I'm going to have it generate for me a front view, a side view, and a third quarter view. And then what I'm also going to have it do is remove all the lighting and just make it look like a matte cap clay render, and so that'll make it less distracting because you won't be distracted by all the lighting and the materials. And this way we'll be able to compare the front view, side view, and third quarter views with our sculpt, and it will be so much easier to get an accurate result. Now I know that using AI, especially in the art space, is very, very controversial, and this is actually the first time that I'm ever using AI on my YouTube channel for creating artwork or really even talking about AI. So real quick, I'm just going to give my views on using AI as an art tool. First of all, let me just say that I'm an artist and I enjoy creating artwork, so I'm very, very anti-AI art. I really hate all of the AI slop that's on the internet now, and since I'm an artist, I really enjoy the process of creating art, so I really hate all the AI slop which is online, and I think that's true for a lot of people, especially other artists. However, I think that AI can be a very, very useful tool if you use it appropriately. So for example, organizing data, doing research online, or compiling or managing data, I think those more technical things can be very, very useful. But I really don't consider an AI generated image to be considered art, because in my opinion, true art is made by humans, and so it's an expression of our humans' experience and emotion. And so if some artwork is just generated by AI, first of all, you didn't create the artwork, so it's not really made by you, so you can't even call it your own artwork, and you didn't even put any work or skill into making the artwork. But I think AI can be very useful as a tool, and so that's why I'm totally okay with using AI to create reference images, because the AI now has gotten very accurate, so it'll actually be able to create very realistic reference images. And I actually learned this technique for creating these kind of reference images from Ishaq Sculpt, so if you want to check out his YouTube channel and his courses, I'll have the link in the video description. And even though in our modern world I think AI is being way overused, I do think this is an appropriate way to use AI because it's not replacing the art process, so I can still create my own original handmade artwork and I can still enjoy the process of creating artwork. It's just creating the reference images for me, but it's not actually doing any of the creative process. I'm still the artist, and so I'm still the one hand sculpting the artwork. And I know that AI is still very controversial, and I'm probably going to get some dislikes and some hate comments, but that's totally okay. You're entitled to your opinion, but I do think this is an appropriate way to use AI to create reference images, but we still as artists can make the artwork completely ourselves. And again, I am very anti-AI art. I really don't like all the AI slop online. I really like handcrafted, handmade art made by a human. And especially since I'm an artist, I enjoy the creation process. So I don't want a robot or a computer to make something for me. I want to actually create artwork myself. So here I am in Google Gemini, and what I'm going to do is click on the plus here and upload a file. So I'm just going to upload this royalty-free image from Pixabay. Now you don't actually have to generate your own image. You can if you want to, but you can also just download my image that I'm generating with the link in the description and use it as a sculpting reference. But I'm going to show you how I create my reference images and the prompt that I use. Now one thing that I do is I change it to Pro because it does take a little bit longer, but it seems to do a little bit better job. So here is my copy and paste prompt, which I've created. So I just store this on a file on my computer, and then I can just copy and paste it into Gemini every time I want to create a reference image. And so I will also have it in the video description if you want to copy it and then use it for your own generation. But quickly, I'm just going to cover this to show you why I've created this prompt. So using this reference image, create for me a front, side, and third quarter views so I can use it as a digital sculpting reference. If the character has a pose, make them looking straight ahead with no pose. And that's because when I'm sculpting with symmetry, so I don't want any pose on the character. And then the background should be a solid plain color, because I find if you don't tell it to do this, sometimes it'll just add weird distracting backgrounds with maybe a texture or something. So I just want to have a solid plain gray color, and then make the image a normal widescreen aspect ratio, because if you don't do this, it'll just make it the same aspect ratio of what you uploaded. And so it'll be like vertical, and I don't want that because I want to have like a widescreen so it can have the front, side, and third quarter views. And then I don't want it to add any reference grid, text, or anything over the image, because often it'll say like, you know, Roman bust sculpture, side view, front view, and it'll add all these like reference grids in the background and everything. I don't want that. And then I also want the image to be black and white because I don't want any colors, and I want it to be a matte cap clay render like a digital sculpt. And so this is going to make it easier to sculpt because we're not going to be super distracted by all the lighting and different things like that. The side view and third quarter view references should be facing to the left, and that's because when you are in Blender and you click like 3 for side view, it's going to go to that side. So if it's facing the other direction, then you'll have to hit like Control numpad 3 to go to the opposite side. Then I don't want it to sculpt any tiny sculpted skin pores. This is optional. You could get rid of this if you don't want it, but I have this in my copy and paste prompt because I don't want all these super tiny skin pores, because I'm really not going to sculpt that, at least not when I'm first sculpting the character. Sometimes I've retopologized the character and then I've added a multi-resolution modifier and then like added skin pores with like a skin brush. But for this sculpt, I'm probably not going to do that. So in this case, I'm removing it. And then I do want to include the very top of the chest and shoulders that are in the reference images, and includes any armor, shirt, or clothes. So if there is any kind of armor, shirt, or clothes, I do want to include that because sometimes it'll generate the reference image and it'll cut off where the neck is. But I do want to create more like a bust statue, and so I want to include the shoulders and the neck. And then I also want to make sure the different angles don't overlap each other, because if I don't tell it to do this, then it's going to sometimes overlap. And then finally, I want to make the image high resolution, high quality, because it'll look really low quality and just won't look that good if you don't tell it to make it a high resolution image. So I'm just going to submit this and we're going to see what it does. And I'm using the Pro version, so it will take a bit longer. I do find that generally it's a little bit better. Sometimes it isn't, but I usually just use Pro. Most of the time it is a bit better. Alright, so it's finished and this isn't too bad, but there are some things that I want to change. So what I'm going to do is just click here and edit the prompt, because every time I have to edit the prompt because it's not always going to get it perfect. So there's a few things that I want to change. So one thing, if I just click here, is that it doesn't have like a ton of detail. So what I think I might do is actually, let's go back here. What I will do is delete the add the tiny sculpted skin pores, and hopefully it'll keep just a little bit more of the detail, because like there's a little bit more detail. I didn't really like how it kind of smoothed out too much. So I'm going to get rid of that. And then what I'm going to do is tell it to include the eyes. Now in our reference image, it doesn't actually have pupils, but I just think it makes the character so much more interesting if there are pupils. So I'm going to say include eye details like the pupils. And let's just update this. So now it's going to go and redo it. All right, so it finished, and I do think this looks a little bit better, but it doesn't have the pupils like it does for these other ones. And then also this isn't a perfect side view. So I'm just going to, instead of editing this, I'm just going to tell it to fix some things. Okay, so I'm going to say make the side reference fully to the side so I can see the side profile of the face, and include the pupils on the eyes for each view. So let's just send that, and we're going to see how good of a job it'll do. You definitely just have to play around with it, because it definitely won't do exactly what you tell it. I mean, it's getting better and better. Of course, this is still new technology. I remember when, you could go onto like DALL-E Mini and you could like put in a prompt and it would generate like a tiny little like pixelated image. All right, so it finished, but clearly it didn't even do anything at all. So what I'm going to do is actually take the one up here and download it, and then I will throw it into ChatGPT and try that, because sometimes it can work a little bit better. Okay, so I'm in ChatGPT. I've taken the Gemini image and I'm going to ask it to improve the image and make the side view a full side view so I can see the profile of the side of the face to use as a sculpting reference, and then make sure the eyes have pupils. The third quarter angle and front view should stay at its current angle because I don't want to like mess anything up with the other angles, and then make the image higher resolution and higher quality, because I find that ChatGPT actually generates like higher resolution images if you tell it to, so it looks a little bit nicer and it's a bit more crisp. So let's see what it does. And you can see this little animation here. This animation actually was my inspiration for that one like abstract sci-fi animation that I made. I made a tutorial on it a few months ago. I can't actually remember what the tutorial called, but I'll throw it up there on the screen so you can see it. I actually was just looking at this and I was like, oh, that looks really cool. I could make it in Blender. So then that's why I made that kind of abstract motion graphics tutorial. All right, and it finished. So unfortunately, I actually don't want it to generate 4 images, but that's totally okay. We can totally use this. And it looks like it finally made it accurate. So it looks a little bit higher quality. It's a bit higher resolution. We have these 2 views, which are actually kind of useful for rotating it. The front view looks good. It has the pupils, and the side view is a full exact side view. All right, so I'm going to download this, and now we can finally use it in Blender. So here in a new scene in Blender, I'm going to delete everything, and I'm going to add an icosphere. On the icosphere settings, I'll just set it to 6, so it's high resolution, but we are going to be remeshing it later. So I'm now going to go to the sculpting workspace, and I'm going to go to front view and zoom in. I'm going to hit R and then Control R, just like that. And if you are following along with me, then one thing you might want to do is watch my generic male head sculpting tutorial. That would be really useful for kind of learning the generic proportions, and then it'll be easier to sculpt more unique heads. So you could definitely consider doing that. All right, so now what I'm going to do is split the window. I'm going to change this to the image editor. I'm going to drop in the Roman reference image. And let me just turn on this gizmo here because some people in the video comments requested that I show the gizmo in my tutorial, so I'm going to try to do that in the future. All right, and then I can close this because I don't need it. I'll make this smaller, and I'm going to zoom into the front view, all right, like that. And then let me take a look at my matte cap. So for the matte cap here, I like to use the default matte cap, so that's good. I'm just going to use that matte cap. And then if I hit N to open up the side panel, go to view here, the focal length I'm going to set to 100 because that just works a lot better. So it's more kind of flat and there's less distortion. Also my screencast keys, let me just move my screencast keys so not in the way as much. Something like that's pretty good. I think I need to move it down a little bit. Now another very useful thing is to hit the T key to open up the side panel here in the image editor, and I'm going to go to the annotate tool, and then if I click and hold down, I can go to annotate line. And now what I can do is I can draw lines. You can see I can like click here and draw a line down. So for example, if I'm trying to figure out like the proportions of the face, I can like draw a line down here, and you can see that like the edge of the eye is kind of the same depth as the nose, and then like the mouth is going out a little bit farther, and you can kind of look where the eye is, where the pupil is, and compare that to everything. So this is just extremely useful. Also what I'm going to do is hit N to open up the side panel. Let's change the color to like a bright red so it's very easy to see. And then if you want to erase it, you can hold down D and click with your right mouse button, and then you can scroll your mouse wheel, and then you can drag and erase. I do have another tutorial on my channel specifically on how to use the annotate tool, so if you want to watch that video, the link will be in the description. So let's now jump into sculpting, and we're going to start by getting just the basic proportions down. So I'm not going to focus on any of the details or even, the different forms here, the more detailed forms. I'm just going to focus on the main shape of the head. And I do use a drawing tablet for sculpting, and I'll have some Amazon links in the video description if you want to check out some tablets that I recommend. And I do make a small commission from affiliate sales. But I definitely think using a tablet is essential for sculpting. It's just so much easier to sculpt with a tablet, and you can also use like the pen pressure, and you're able to make nice smooth strokes. Sculpting with a mouse is just extremely hard, so I definitely recommend using a tablet. So I'm going to go to front view, and I'm going to go to the grab brush. I'll make the brush bigger. Let's also save the project. I'm just going to save this as a Roman bust 1. So Roman bust 1.blend, because I'm going to increment the save as we sculpt it so that if I do something and want to go back, I can just go back to a previous save. So I'm going to call it Roman bust 1 and save this. All right, so now we want to get started with just the main proportions and the main shapes. So obviously we need to bring down the jaw, so we'll bring that down a little bit, but instead of bringing the jaw way down, I'm actually going to pull the sides in a little bit. And right off the bat, I forgot to turn on the X symmetry, but that's really easy to fix. I'll just turn on the symmetry. And then what we'll do here is go to the symmetrize, and we want to use the negative X and mirror that to the positive X. So we'll click on symmetrize. All right, and now we have turned on the X symmetry. So that's really easy to fix. So we're going to go to side view, navigate over here, take a look at this, and let's pull this up here and bring this down for where the jaw is. All right, like that, kind of flatten out the front of the face. We want to take a look at, again, all the basic proportions, and we don't want to go into any detail. So bringing this up a little bit, bring this back. The jaw is about halfway, so halfway of the face. So I'm going to bring this over like that. I also want to take a look at like this here. So see, this is what's so useful about using the annotate tool, is you can kind of like notice things. So I want to notice that. I want to notice like this angle here. I want to notice like this angle here. So I'm just going to try to get all those. Let's bring this out, kind of make that nice and flat. All right. Let's see, I think this could come up a little bit. And this here could maybe have a few different angles. All right. So let's remesh it, Control R. All right, let's go to front view again. Actually, we want to go to top view. We want to create that egg shape. So this is why I definitely recommend watching my generic male head tutorial series, because I talk about generic proportions. Because on this face, you might not be able to tell because you're just looking at it from front view and side view, but actually the front of the head or the top of the head is kind of like an egg shape. So it's wider on the back, and then it kind of gets smaller as it goes towards the front of the face. So that's just something that's kind of important to know. There's just a lot of generic proportions which are important to know, which can really help you. Let's go back to front view, and you can see it's very wide, but there's like this taper. It's kind of hard to see because of the hair, but there's kind of this taper here. So we definitely want to bring that in. All right, and bring this up a little bit. So you can see this jaw here. It's like very sharp here, and then it goes up like this. So this is a base proportion. So we want to get this in right now because we want to get in all the large details, but not focus on any of the small details. So I'm going to get that in, maybe make the entire face a little bit more thin. So now I'll use the mask brush. That was the wrong button. I'll use the mask brush. We also want to take a look at how thick the neck is. All right, so we will add a big circle here on the bottom. All right, we'll invert the mask. We'll go to the grab brush. We'll go to side view. Let me take a look at this from the side. And we're going to just pull this down on side view and just take a look at the shapes there. So pull this down, bring this down here. All right, and then again, using the generic proportions, the neck is roughly going to be about half the size of the head. So this might be about the center of the head. Here's the top of the head. Here's the bottom of the head. And so this amount here, from here to here, if we just make that here to here, you can see that it's actually a little bit shorter. So, you using the generic proportions, his neck is actually a little bit smaller. Also, there is like this fabric here, which kind of gets in the way. But I am going to just bring this up a little bit. We can also take a look at it from front view. We can take a look at like the entire head. And then, about halfway is probably about here, like that. But then this neck is only about that big. So it's a little bit smaller. All right, so I'll bring this down kind of like that. And then I'll remove the mask and then remesh it. Okay, and then I'm going to go to the clay strips. I'll start to carve in here and kind of smooth this out. So hold down Shift for the smooth brush. But at this point, we're still focusing on all the big base shapes. So for example, we want to get this here for his shoulders. So we'll go to the grab brush, zoom in, I'll pull this out. All right. And again, I mentioned this at the beginning, but I've never made this specific head before, so I'm just showing you my process. And I think since it's more creative, I think this is a little bit better for having a little bit more of like an improv tutorial where I'm showing you how I would create this, because for a lot of my tutorials, actually for like all of my tutorials in the past, I pretty much make everything like 3 to 5 times, especially when I'm making like, a box modeling tutorial or a procedural material tutorial. I make it multiple times, so I know exactly the entire process. But with this, it's much more creative. And so there's not like specific things you do like click this specific button, then this specific button, whereas with box modeling or geometry nodes or procedural materials, it's much more technical. So, okay, I want to take a look at this angle here. So you can see the neck isn't straight down, it's kind of over like this. So let's drag this over, drag this back. We also want to take a look at like where the neck ends. So I can like draw a line right up here to kind of see where the neck ends, and I can compare that. All right, he also has like a really big Adam's apple. So I'll pull this out. I do need to kind of increase the remesh value a little bit. So I'll pull the Adam's apple out, bring this back in. I will save the project again. All right. Let's take a look at the back here and take a look at kind of that angle. I'm definitely drawing a lot of lines. Normally I wouldn't draw that many lines, but because I'm like talking about what I'm doing, I'm kind of drawing things. But I usually wouldn't draw like a ton of lines until I get more into these smaller forms. So let's go like that. Maybe make the Adam's apple a little bit smaller. And then also we want to kind of fill this in on the bottom here. So let's first maybe bring it in a little bit. We'll go to the clay strips. We want to fill this in because you can see there's like this triangle shape, and it actually goes down a little bit because he has a little bit of skin there because he's kind of old. Maybe that's a little bit of fat or just kind of some saggy skin. So let's just add that a little bit more there. Go back to side view. All right. And we want to, of course, take a look at like this entire shape here for like his jaw. All right. So definitely some of this tutorial is not going to have me talking because, you know, it is, like I mentioned, more of like a vlog style video, kind of like a creation process, because it's much more creative. So this is just something that I'm trying out to see if people like it and if they find it useful. All right, go to the grab brush again. Definitely at the beginning, I use the grab brush a lot because the grab brush is going to move around the main forms, the main shapes. So the grab brush is quite important, especially at the beginning, because you really want to get the basic forms down. All right, now I'm also taking a look at this muscle here, the big neck muscle. Over here on like the third quarter, you can definitely see it. He has some pretty big ones. It seems like a lot of the Roman like bust statues have some pretty big ones. I think it's pretty cool. Like it adds a lot of visual interest. I just like a lot of the shapes, like the nose is pretty interesting. So that's why I picked this reference. And I've also already sculpted some Roman like statues before, or not necessarily Roman, but just like bust sculptures. I did Michelangelo's David and a female one. I have those time-lapse videos on my YouTube channel if you want to check them out. I'll have them linked in the description, just like I'll have everything that I talk about linked in the description. So I'm just adding that here. And so something to notice if I go over here is that it starts kind of where the bottom of the ear is and then goes down and it starts to come together. You can see they kind of meet together. That's why I'm doing that, but we'll go to the grab brush. Let's pull this in a little bit. And also they get a lot smaller as they go into the middle, and then it's kind of larger here. Of course, everyone's is different. Mine are definitely not that big. Like you can't really notice mine that much. They're pretty hard to see, but on this guy, you can see them really well. I also want to bring this down because I do think it would be really cool to sculpt kind of the, you know, the chest and things. Now I'll remesh this because it's kind of getting stretched. But at this low poly stage, this is where it's most important to sculpt all of the main shapes. Because if you like get really detailed with the head and then realize later that you want to, you know, add more to the bust, it's just going to be a lot harder to add those details later on. So let's go to side view again. Let's see, maybe bring that down a little bit. So I'm just getting everything in right now, all the main forms. So I'll definitely work on this for quite a while, trying to get everything as accurate as possible. Because if I don't get this down, if I don't get it right, then it's not going to look that good. So this is one of the most important steps. I'll definitely remesh it a little bit more, so a higher value. So I'm now going to go to the clay strips, and I'm going to go like this. Oh, and one thing that I should mention is that I have a tutorial or a quick video where I show how I make the brushes on this side panel, because I really don't like the brushes being down here because, you know, I'm sculpting like vertical characters or faces. So this just makes me have less space down here. So I have a video where I talk about how I do that. So you can check that out in the description. Everything's in the description. I say that like all of my videos, but you know, it's what a lot of YouTubers say because, you know, we're linking to stuff. We're talking about other videos that we made. So I'm kind of taking a look at this triangle shape and this shape here. So I'm just kind of adding this in, carving this in. And then also there's this subtle form. You can see this shape here. So that's this bit right here. So just carving that in. All right. We can just make this a little bit more round. Carve this in. So like that. So again, I'm taking a look at all the base shapes and everything. Let me just erase this. Take a look at it. Save it. So I'm taking a look at like how long this is versus how long it is here, and look how much smaller that is. So go to the grab brush, make it bigger, bring it down with the grab brush. All right, so I want to make that length the same. All right, maybe bring this in just a little. All right, so let's go to the side view. Now, for the hair, I'm not sure if I'm going to make it a separate object or the same object. I'm just not really sure yet, but I'll figure that out. In the other sculpts that I've done, I've made the hair a separate object. So right here on the back, I'm just smoothing this out because it just looks a little bit weird. So I'm just kind of smoothing this out and rounding it. So it just kind of merges better with the neck. And then we don't have a back view, but actually what I might do is I might generate a back view. What I might do is throw this reference image back into Gemini or ChatGPT and generate a back view. But what I know about the back view is that there's these bigger muscles here and then it goes in here. So I'm carving this in here and then pushing it out here. All right, and then I'll smooth it. All right, smooth that. All right. Kind of smoothing this a bit because it's a little bit rough here. Let's take a look at the Adam's apple again. And it's a little bit big. It almost looks like there's like a little bit of skin here, kind of like a wrinkle or a flap of skin. So I can't really add that right now because it's a little bit too low poly, but I will try to add it as soon as I can. But that's like a smaller detail. Right now we're focusing on the bigger things. So I'm mainly just focusing on like the big Adam apple right there. And third quarter view is very important because you can take a look at this profile shape. So like this here goes back in. And so everyone's, faces are different. So that's what's so useful about using the third quarter view. Okay, let's take a look at this again. I like to look at it from far away and just kind of notice all the big shapes. And let's go to the grab brush again, pull this down even more, keep this up because I don't want it to be a bit farther, bring this down. So now I'm kind of taking a look at this here, this angle, and just trying to get that up like that. Take a look at this angle. Okay, let's take a look at it from the side again, get rid of my drawing. Let's see. So I think I will remesh it again so it's not so stretched. Let's kind of smooth this out because it's not really going down that far. We'll make this smaller. I think I can remesh it a little bit more, but I definitely want to be careful not to remesh it too much because that was a bad habit that I had for many years before I recently got way more into sculpting. And I've been watching Ishaq Sculpt's tutorials, and I got a lot better at sculpting very quickly thanks to his videos. But that was a bad habit that I made for many years, is I would go way too high poly way too fast. You really just want to keep it quite low poly so it's easy to move around the shapes. All right, so I can see there's this little thing here, and so that's right here, but it's definitely too big. And also you can't really see it that well on the other side, so that might be something that I might adjust later at the very end when I remove the symmetry. Or it might just be an error with the reference. But I'm going to smooth that out and make this a lot more subtle. And then here you can start to see a bit of his chest right here. So I think I will do that just by adding a little bit of the pectoral muscles. I don't really know many of the anatomy names, but I believe that's the pectoral muscles. And yeah, I really do not think you need to learn the anatomy names. Ishaq Sculpt talks about that in his videos. He really doesn't think you need to learn the anatomy names because that's just gonna, add so much more time to your learning and it's more technical. You really don't need to learn the anatomy names. You just need to learn the forms and proportions, the shape of the anatomy rather than every muscle, because we are artists, not doctors. That's what he says. And I think it's great advice. I didn't make up that quote. It's an amazing quote. We are artists, not doctors. So yeah, definitely check out Ishaq Sculpts. He has some great sculpting videos. So I'm just trying to get this shape here. So you can see it gets way thicker up here, but on the bottom, it's quite thin. So just gonna kind of pull this around, grab brush, Bring that in. So this is where you can already see things are starting to slow down in the sense that I'm starting to, work on each part. So I did the neck a little bit. Now I'll kind of go up here and work on, the chin and the jaw a little bit. So things are kind of slowing down a little bit because now I'm getting into the kind of the secondary details. Of course, I still need to add the ear and things. But at this point, it still is pretty low poly. But let's definitely add the ear. I should definitely add the ear because, it is one of the bigger forms. So let's add it. So I'll go to side view. Let's actually maybe real quick, maybe bring this up because it looks a little bit too far down and bring the angle out a little bit. Maybe zoom in, bring this up a little bit. All right, bring this down. But we should definitely add all the main, major shapes. So to do this, let's go to the mask brush. So hit M. We're going to take a look at where the ear is so we can see the top of the ear and the bottom of the ear. Now we haven't added the other facial features, but I can kind of see that the eyebrow is going to be here. The eye is going to be about in the center. We can of course adjust it later, but I'm just going to add a mask right about there. You can hold down Control to get rid of the mask. Let's save the project again. Actually, I can increment save this. So let's go File and let's save incremental. Okay, so I'm just going to add a little line down there. Invert the mask, go to the grab brush, go to front view. Let's take a look at the front view. We'll pull it out, and the ears really aren't coming out that much. Some people's ears come out a lot more. So this is where, it breaks the generic proportions, and I think his ears go back in a little bit more. They're quite close to the face. So I'm going to bring this out too far, but then I'll go to top view or maybe just side view, pull this over. Now, if you wanted to, what you could actually do is split the window. I might do this. So split the window, and then this one I can have be the side view, and this one I can have be the front view. Maybe what I'll do is actually flip it. So let's get rid of this here. We'll drag it out here. And then this one will make side view because I was just constantly going back and forth. So I think just for now, at least, I'll do that. And, I'm putting this on this monitor for the tutorial, but, I actually have a 3-monitor setup. So I have 2 monitors next to me. So something that I would do if I wasn't making a tutorial, if I were just, doing a time-lapse video or just making it on my own, is I would probably put these references on a totally different monitor. But it is also helpful to have it pretty close so you can compare it. All right. So now what I want to do is take a look at the ear shape and just try to shape it the best that I can. I will need to get rid of the mask pretty soon. So his ear, I think his ear is a little bit longer than the generic proportions. It does just feel a little bit longer. Like this earlobe comes down quite a bit. And let's see, go to the front again. And we definitely want to push it in so it tucks closer to the face. And there's this pretty visible angle. Pretty visible angle there. So let's try to get that angle. All right. So eventually we're just going to have to hit Alt-M and get rid of the mask. I'll save the project again, and we will remesh it with Control-R. All right. Okay, so that's really thin. So let's inflate it. So where's the inflate brush? Brush bigger. We'll go along here and just inflate it because that is really, really thin. That's too thin. I don't want to have mesh errors. Okay, remesh it again. That's a bit better. Let's smooth this out a little bit. It's really chunky here, but I don't want to worry too much about this because that's going to be a detail that we'll add later. So we'll go to side view. We'll take a look at the ear again. Grab brush. We'll kind of pull this out and shape it. We'll bring down the ear a little bit and have the top be nice and round. This is pretty straight. Like some people's ears, this goes way back in. Everyone has different ear shapes. So we'll bring this here. We'll bring this up. And I want to look at how far away it is or how far it is into the center. So if I draw a line here, about the center of the face is probably like this. So this is going a little bit farther back from the center. So I think I will pull it back just a little bit more. Maybe bring this up a little bit. All right, let's go to the clay strips. I'll make the brush smaller. Let's take a look at this part here. So I want to carve this in a little bit right underneath the ear. It's going a little bit far back. Smooth it. All right, like that. And you can see he has a little bit of extra skin here. And I think that's because, this is normal on older people. They kind of have this little bit of skin here, which kind of sags down. It's kind of hard to see here. Kind of hard to see there, but it definitely is there. So I will add it a tiny bit, but at this point it still is pretty low poly. So it's hard to add in those subtle details. But it's just something I wanted to mention because it's breaking the, generic proportions. There really isn't any generic proportions though, because every person's face is so unique. Okay, now another thing I'm noticing is this here, and I want to add that because you can see it kind of goes over like this. So this gets pulled down. Okay. Maybe bring this up a little bit. All right. Let's just remesh it again because I don't want anything to be too stretched. All right. Now I do think he is like jutting his head forward a little bit too much. So I'm going to bring this back a little bit. Let's maybe bring this forward a little bit. All right, let's keep adding just the main forms. Oh, I forgot that I had this split. So let's do this side view and this front view. Those are the two main proportions that I'm looking at. So I definitely think this needs to come out a little bit more because it's a little bit more straight. All right. Okay, now let's start adding more things. So let's go to clay strips brush and we're gonna add the eye sockets. So I'll make the brush a bit smaller. Let's look, roughly in halfway of the face. And we'll start to add the eye sockets. All right. And what I'm gonna do is carve down here to kind of carve down this area. So this is already kind of creating that nose shape for us. And then of course there's this part right here, which goes back in. So we're gonna go down like this and then up. So this is kind of creating the mouth. So we can actually round this and smooth it. We can carve this way back in. We will add the cheekbones later. We'll kind of carve this in. So this almost looks a little bit like a skull. And it can also be very useful to sculpt skulls. I sculpted a few skulls when I was learning heads, when I was learning the fundamentals. All right. Grab brush. Let's take a look at this. Now this jaw looks pretty sharp and it's high up. So I'm going to bring the jaw down. So I'm taking a look at this angle. So I'll bring this up a little bit, bring this down a little bit, save the project again. And I'm just going to try to fix that there. Okay, so like here's the eye socket. So I'm taking a look at that shape. So I can use the grab brush and kind of shape it. Also kind of notice where the ear is compared to that. Let's look here on the side, go to the side, and let's start just bringing out the main shape. So he has a very interesting nose. He has like this bulge kind of coming up here. So pretty unique nose. And then this comes back in a little bit. So we'll bring this in a little bit. Let's bring this out. We'll push this back in. We'll bring this out. Look on side view and front view. Bring this down. This we will smooth. And that's going to be the mouth. And the mouth is very round. So maybe if I look right here, you can see how round the mouth is. It isn't really flat. It curves around. So let's go to the front view, or the side view actually. We'll bring this back here. All right. Let's remesh it because it might be a little bit stretched. All right. Okay, I can take a look at kind of this angle here and we can start to add that there. So let's go to the draw brush, make my brush bigger. And actually maybe if we go to the third quarter view, that could be a little bit more useful, but then I also want to look at the front view. So we'll kind of look at both. So I'm just going to get rid of the drawing and I'm taking a look at this here and then right over here. So let's go to the side. So you can see, actually, if we go to the side view really quick, you can kind of see here is the cheekbone. So it kind of goes down like that. All right, so let's take a look at this view. And so we want to look at where the ear is, where it starts, and we're just going to go along, have it go down underneath the eye, and then we're going to push in, and then down a bit, and then smooth it. Now it might look like I'm trying to add this in quite quickly, but I'm definitely going to, slow down and look at the forms a bit closer once I add it. Because adding it isn't really the problem. The problem can be is if you don't get it right. But you can definitely sculpt slower than this, but sometimes I just like to sculpt in really fast. Sometimes I like to go with the clay strips brush and kind of just add in little bits here. So you can kind of see there's like this here. That's like a big crease that we will add when we get higher detail. But I'm just taking a look at that, taking a look at like how that is shaped. So along here, along here. So at this point, I actually have to finish up this session of sculpting because I have some things to do later today. So I will jump over to my next session, probably tomorrow, and I'll continue to sculpt this. All right, and I'm back and it's the next day. So let's continue on sculpting this character. So I'm gonna bring this one to the front view, and then this one I'll bring over to the side view. So we were just working on the side of the face, so let's continue with that. So I can see that like I need to change the nose shape. So I'll go to the grab brush with a big brush, take a look at the nose. We want to bring it down a little bit because you can actually see the nose comes back up. It kind of goes down right here and then goes back up. So I'm just trying to get this shape here. All right. So let's bring it out a little, bring this back in a little bit. I'm going to bring it down and then have it go up. All right. And then let's also take a look at like this here. So like where is the top lip? And then where's the bottom lip, and then where's the chin? So you can see the top lip is the farthest out. The bottom lip goes back in a little bit more. Then the entire thing goes in a bit. Right? I think I'll make these both a bit smaller so I have a little bit more room. Bring these down a little bit, and then the chin comes out. But the chin isn't quite that far, so we'll bring the entire chin back a little bit. All right. That's definitely looking better. I'll go to front view, take a look at the front, and maybe pull this down a little bit. We can also bring out the wings of the nose. So I'm just going to go to the draw brush and start to add the wings of the nose. This could be useful to go to like the third quarter view. Bring out the wings of the nose and then remesh it. And we don't have a ton of detail right now, but I am going to go to the clay strips brush, make it smaller, and start to add that form right there. So that bit right there. And this is definitely more visible on older people because they're going to be more wrinkly. So he just has a bit of skin here and there's kind of a crease. All right, let's maybe go in right here. All right, I think I will increase the remesh value just a little bit. So you have a little bit more detail, but I want to keep it pretty low poly still because we have a lot of things to block in, but I'll add a little bit more detail. Take a look at the side here. I think I'll use the clay strips brush just to fill in the cheekbones a little bit. And we can go right down here and add a little bit more skin here, like that. All right, we can start to fill this in a little bit. So you can see there's like this shape here. So I can start to fill that in a little bit. And then I'll flatten like the side of the head a little bit more. And then smooth it, because you can see the side of the head here is a little bit flat. So I'm just going to flatten that and smooth it. So I also want to take a look at like the forehead and where kind of those wrinkles are. Now we're not going to add all the details of the wrinkles yet, but we can start to kind of place where they are. So let's see here. What I want to do is carve around here and then pop this out a little bit. Carve this in here and then smooth. All right, smooth that. And I'm going to kind of start to show where the wrinkles are. So there's like a big wrinkle here, and then we can go to like a crease brush, add a little bit of creases there and smooth it. All right, now let's just take a look at everything. And we're just gonna, look at the big forms. So I can see like with this here, the angle isn't quite right. So I'll go to the grab brush, pull this back in a little bit. All right. Let's take a look at the nose. So you can see the nose kind of goes in, kind of comes out. It kind of has that shape there. Let's try to add that. All right. Smooth it a little bit. We can also go to the clay strips brush and I can start to add a few more things along here. So I'm going to start to add the shape of the eye. So I'm going to go around in circles. Let's also increase the remesh value a little bit because I do feel like it's now a little bit low poly for what we're working with. So I'm just going to add the shape of the eye without actually adding the details of the eye yet. And then we'll smooth it. All right. And then this part here really comes down over the eye. So we're going to go around like that. Add that there. It kind of comes around. So you can see there's this shape here where it kind of comes around. So I'm going to add that there. and then go around in circles, then we'll smooth it. Go to front view. Let's just flip this so I can see it from side view. So that's actually pretty useful. If you want a bit more space, you can just like flip these and look at front view and side view. So I might try that out. This is still, you know, something that I'm learning because I'm still a little bit more new to creating a bunch of, you know, characters, character tutorials, full characters. But that's actually kind of useful to just be able to flip it like that. So maybe I'll do that more in the future. Let's see, push it back in the nose a little bit, maybe around the nose a little bit, because the front of the nose kind of has like a ball shape. So let's see, that's too pointy. That kind of looks like, I don't know, like a witch ear or something. Or not a witch ear, but a witch nose. It's like extremely pointy. Let's see. Try to smooth that a little bit. So I think I will increase the remesh value a little bit more, because at this point, whenever I'm trying to move around that form, it's moving around way too easily because it just didn't have enough detail. So this way we can round it a little bit more. I will flip back to the front again. Take a look at this. Yeah, so I want to bring this out a little bit and then smooth it, because you can see there's like this crease here. So I'm going to try to add that in. All right, down here, I could kind of start to add in a bit of a dimple right here on the chin, and then smooth that. All right, try to keep the mouth really round, so kind of smooth that. And let's start to crease some things. So actually, I think I'll maybe go to the draw sharp, and we can crease this. So we're going to crease this part here going around and then back where the wings of the nose are. So I think I'll go to the third quarter. Go around here, start to add that in. This should probably be creased in a little bit. Having that go down along the side of the mouth, crease this in here. All right, and we can also crease out. Let's remesh it and just see what that does. Okay, so it's a little bit hard to get that crease because the topology is low, but I don't want to go super high poly yet because we're still adding in the base shapes. So I'm just going to keep that kind of how it is for now and not go into a ton of detail. I think I'm going to go to the grab brush again. Let's just take a look at things again. So I think that angle's pretty good. Maybe bring the nostrils in a little bit. All right. So this is where, you know, it's really important to use the grab brush and move everything around, because once we add more details later, it's going to be hard to get those in. So again, I'm just focusing on the base shapes, the base proportions. I don't want to add too many details yet. Let's see, if I kind of zoom out farther, I think the entire head could come in a little bit, because I would say his head is a little bit more like narrow. So if I zoom way out, I can just bring it in a little bit. It is helpful to zoom way out and look at the entire thing from farther away every now and then, because sometimes you can get too kind of tunnel visioned with the details. Okay, let's go to the crease polish, add some details to the ear. So we want to cut this in, maybe actually the crease sharp brush, carve this in, back along here. I actually like to do this on the other side. I think just because, like, I don't know, the mirror modifier is usually over here on this side. So I just have a habit of always working on this side. So let's cut this in and then smooth it. Cut it in a bit more. It's pretty sharp here. The topology is pretty sharp, so I'm going to remesh. That's a lot better. And then we can kind of smooth it. Maybe go to the clay strips. Push this in a little bit. And then smooth. So we're getting those two forms of the ear, kind of that cylinder, which is almost like connecting the ear to the head, and then this cylinder here, which is that ear. Let's take a look at side view again. So I'll flip this, zoom in. We can take a look at the ear closer. So I definitely want to push this in so the earlobe is kind of hanging down. Push that in, kind of flatten the earlobe. Okay, and then we'll remesh again. And we got a little bit of detail to the ear, so I'll go to the draw brush because the draw brush is nice and round, and I'll carve in here. And we're looking for this question mark shape, or it's kind of like a 9 shape. So I'm going to go along here, carve this in. The topology is a little bit low for sculpting the detail of the ear, but I do like having it low detail at first so we can adjust everything. So I'm probably not going to add too many details to ear, but we're going to start to add things. Now you'll see there's also this Y shape, and the Y shape kind of comes up, and then there's this little bit here, which is definitely not in every person. Like, I think this is the first time I've kind of sculpted someone with those looking ears. So that's pretty interesting. His ear is definitely a bit different. Let's kind of carve this in here. All right. Yeah, but at this point, it is getting a little bit hard to add all the, like the Y shape and the 9 shape, because it is pretty low poly. So I think what I'll do is just stop for now. Maybe just push in where the ear hole is. But I think I'll just stop for now on the ear, because it is a bit hard to actually sculpt this. One thing you can do is go to the inflate brush and go along here, so the outside of the ear, and inflate it a little bit if it's kind of a bit too thin. That's just a little trick to help. Okay, so let's just take a look at everything again. I'll zoom out, we'll look at side view. We should start to add things like the nose and the mouth, because those are, you know, other base proportions and things. But I'm just taking a look at everything, just kind of trying to compare. You know, I'm looking at different angles here. I think maybe I could add a little bit more of a muscle here. Like that. Kind of smooth it. So you can kind of see there's like this muscle here. It's a little bit hard to see, but I'm going to add that there with the clay strips and then smooth it. All right. Smooth that out a little bit. So I do think at this point we can go a little bit more high poly. Maybe a little bit more. That's actually might be too much already. So I'm going to go back a little bit. All right. And now I'm going to take a look at like the eyes and the mouth and add those details. So on the eyes, what I want to look at is how far from the nose is it to the eyes. And I think we're pretty close. I'm going to bring this out a little bit, just kind of refine these shapes now that they have a little bit more detail. So bring out the nose a little bit. Bring that up. Okay, and then actually it looks like the forehead goes back in slightly before coming out. It's a pretty round forehead, but it is a little bit flat right here. And it kind of goes back in a little bit. So I'll add that there. All right, and then we'll take a look at like how far away the eye is or how far back the eye goes. So I'll try to bring this back a little bit. I think that's pretty good. So I'm taking a look at this entire round bit, and that's kind of this bit here. And then of course we'll add the eyes on top of that. All right, maybe go to the clay strips and just add a little bit more of where the eyebrows are. Make that just a little bit thicker. Okay, side view again. We can kind of take a look at this form here. So you can see where like the cheekbones are, and this might be a little bit better to go to side view and take a look at this. So there's definitely some pretty visible cheekbones, which I also thought, you know, that was pretty interesting about the character. And of course I do like to sculpt interesting faces. So I thought that was pretty cool. So I'm going to add that there and then kind of smooth. And there's also kind of like this big thing here, which kind of comes down. So we can start to add that along there. Just add like layers of clay along it. And then lightly smooth it. All right. Let's go to front view again. So I'm just going to swap these two windows. All right. Maybe go to the grab brush, and this is a bit of a weird shape. So kind of play around with that shape. Let's see here. Let's take a look at this angle and compare that with this angle on this side. So I do think this could come down a little bit. So that's sharper. And then I do think this could come in a little bit. Like that. I think the entire ear could also go back just a little. Because you can see this almost like goes slightly ahead of the ear. It's very subtle, but I think I will just bring the ear back. Maybe try to round the ear a little bit. And then I also want to take a look at that angle. So I believe if I go to the back of the head, I want to pull it out just a little. And then if I go here to the front, pull this in a little. So there's kind of that angle right there. All right. I definitely think it is coming together. I'm going to hit Control S to save. So I definitely think it is starting to look like the character we're sculpting. Let's add some more value here. All right, just define that and then smooth it. So let's get started with the mouth and the eyes now. So I think I'll do the mouth first. So taking a look at the mouth, we will go to the draw sharp or just some kind of crease brush. We'll take a look at where the mouth is, definitely compared to like, the ear. So obviously it's under the ear. You can kind of see, like where the eye is here and where the mouth is. You can also see that there's this clear M shape like that and how high up it is. So I'm going to add it about here, crease a little bit up, crease down. All right, crease it in quite a bit. And then we'll go to the grab brush. I'm going to get rid of my drawing so I can see it without the drawing. And I need to scroll the scroll wheel. Can't do that with the drawing tablet. So scroll the scroll wheel so the eraser is bigger. So I'll go to the grab brush, maybe make my brush a bit smaller, and we'll just bring this up, bring this down to kind of make that M shape. Oh, back to front view. Let's see, I think I need to remesh it again. Yeah, because there was just not enough detail. Smooth that a little bit. Okay, back to one of the crease brushes. I'll use the sharp, the crease sharp. Crease that in. And then we're kind of taking a look at this like lip shape. We want to create that shape. So I'll start to smooth that. Let's hit period on the numpad to zoom into our sculpting here. We're going to crease that in. And then we'll smooth. All right. Crease that in. Let's see. So there's this big crease here. So I'll try to crease that in. And then there's also this bit here, which is kind of on the side. You can see there's this big part on either side. So with some people, it's not very visible at all, but with him, it's definitely pretty strong. So you can see there's this big thing here and then it comes up. So I definitely want to add that. So let's first just use the clay strips. I'm going to just carve in a little bit and carve back in here. I am probably going to keep this video a little bit less edited because super long videos like this just take hours and hours for me to edit. And, it's a little bit more of like a, real time, almost like a vlog style. That's what I'm calling it because I'm just showing the entire process, especially because I've never made this before. So I definitely want to get that big shape there, kind of a big chin. So let's add a nice big chin. And then he has that little dimple on the bottom. And I do think the mouth is looking a bit flat right now. So we're going to have to adjust that on side view. But let's take a look at the front again. All right. I think if I just go to the grab brush, I think this should just go back in just a little bit. So let's go to side view now. So I will just flip the references, take a look at side view, and we want to look at like how far down it is. And it's about where the eye is. So this should kind of line up. So right now he looks like he's really puckering his lips. So we want to just use the grab brush and pull it way back. Make this pretty straight. Pull this way back. The eyes could maybe come forward a little bit. I think the nose is actually coming out a little bit too much. So I'm just kind of playing around with these shapes. But we're still pretty low poly, so it's easy to move this stuff around. Maybe bring this back in. And then we want to take a look at the lips close up. And the lips are quite thin. You can just see how small they are. Like they're really not that big. So I'll remesh again. Smooth it. And then if we just hop to the front again, there's that little dimple there, that little bit there. So I'll add it in between the nose and the mouth. All right, let's add just a tiny bit more remesh value. But I want to be careful not to add too much. Okay, yeah, I think that's a pretty good remesh value for now. So let's go back to the side view. Oops, zoom in, flip this. So we definitely need to crease this in a lot. So let's go to the crease sharp, crease that in. All right, side view again, crease it in, and then remesh. And then we need to kind of smooth it. Let's actually go to the crease polish because the crease polish kind of pinches it as well as creases it. So you can see we're creasing or pinching in that topology. And so that makes it a nice sharp edge. So that's a lot better. And then let's smooth this here. So we're getting that top lip angle. And then we have this bottom lip. And the bottom lip usually is a bit more plump and round. But in this guy here, you can especially see it's like very small. It's not very plump. It's not very round. So we definitely need to fix that. And also there is this angle between the top lip. So the top lip is going forward. And then this lip is going back a little bit. So grab brush, bring this back, bring this forward a little bit. But yeah, it's a very small bottom lip. Let's go to side or front view again. Get rid of my painting there. Let's go to the crease polish. And you can see he definitely has like a sharp edge there on his lip. So I'm going to kind of pinch this in and have it go up like that. Smooth it a bit because I think it was coming out a little bit too much. Kind of pinch it in, pinch this in. And then you can also see there's like this little crease here. And then of course there's also this big thing which I did mention which we want to add. So just a lot of little forms and things. He definitely has a pretty interesting mouth. Maybe I'll crease this in. This here could maybe be a bit more flat because it doesn't really round that much. It's pretty flat. You could even go to the clay strips and you can see there's like this part which is going in a little bit. So I might just cut that in and then smooth it. All right. Let's also add a bit more skin on the side. So we're going to go along here. Maybe just increase the remesh value a little bit more. All right, that definitely gives us more detail to work with. So we'll add this here and then smooth it. Add this here, smooth it. All right. We also have this crease here, which we could definitely pinch in. So if we go to the crease polish, I could definitely pinch this in, which kind of brings the vertices together. And then around here. All right. Smooth this out just a little bit. So at this point, we've added enough topology that I can definitely add a lot of the details. I can add the eyes, I can add the nostrils, I can add more ear details. So we're probably not going to remesh for quite a while now because we've kind of hit that point where now we can go back and just kind of add more details to everything. All right. Smooth that. We could still just remesh it though if any of the like vertices are stretched. Okay, so let's definitely carve this in because this goes in pretty deep. Let's go here to side. Take a look at that. Yeah, it definitely goes in pretty deep. There's like a big shadow there. I feel like my mouth gets dried out pretty fast when I'm talking. At least today, at least right now. I don't know, I think other times I can make a long tutorial and not really feel like my mouth is dry, but right now it is. Okay, let's go to front view. Okay, so I do want to add that now, so I'll go along here and add that kind of skin which is coming down like that. It's pretty interesting. I wonder if it's more visible on older people. I haven't sculpted a whole lot of older people, so I would need to kind of study the references, but I expect it probably is a little bit more visible on older people. All right. Okay, let's take a look at side view again because I think I have a little mistake here, or a little thing I need to fix. It's not really a mistake, just a part of the process, and that is that this chin isn't quite as far as it is. So I'll go to the grab brush and just bring the chin back because I do think it was a bit too far. Just kind of fixing that neck shape with the Adam's apple. Bring that down a little bit. Okay, let's take a look at it up here. And we don't really have a reference for this, but I can just kind of take a look at one of these side references. And I believe if I make my brush bigger, bring this in a little bit. It does feel kind of wobbly. So if I just go to the clay strips, I might just try to sharpen this a bit more. All right, kind of flatten that. Try to smooth this a little bit. Let's see. This is going in a little bit too deep, I think. So I'm going to go along here, kind of smooth that. And then something which I haven't really taken a whole lot of time looking at is the third quarter view. So let's take a look at the third quarter view, and you can definitely see that like this is popping out quite a lot where it's not popping out quite as much. but then this needs to be more full. So I'll just kind of fill this in. So as I'm sculpting, I can kind of look at here at the third quarter view and figure out what I need to do. So kind of smooth this a little bit because the cheekbone was coming out a bit too much. Just filling this in because he looked very thin, where he doesn't look that thin in the reference. So like if these cheekbones are going way back in, he looks like underfed, like he's really thin or something. So I just had that a little bit too strong. Let's go along here, kind of smooth that. All right, so take a look at the third quarter view. I want to take a look at this angle and this angle and this angle. So you can kind of see where it goes back in, where it comes out. And we can just go to the grab brush and we can kind of adjust this. So this could go back in just a little. This maybe could come out just a little. I think the cheekbone is a little bit bigger. And then this comes back in a little bit. This is probably a little bit more flat here. Okay. Maybe this entire thing could just come in just a little bit. But yeah, the third quarter view is extremely helpful because they're just things you don't notice from the front and the side. Because you can see like from the front, there's like a certain angle that you're looking at the cheekbone. On the side, there's also another angle. But the third quarter view is just so useful because you can just notice even more things. I think sculpting tutorials, they're very different from other like box modeling tutorials or material tutorials because there isn't like one super direct thing that I'm doing at any one time. It's very creative. So sometimes I'm just going to have to pause, take a look at the reference, and then sculpt. Whereas with like a procedural material video or a geometry node setup, it's just like, this node, this node, this node, plug this node into this node. So it's a lot more technical. So I actually feel like it's harder to make a sculpting video or a sculpting tutorial. And I don't feel like they're quite as useful in the sense that it is so creative. So once you get good at sculpting, you don't need to watch, a tutorial for everything. Once you get good at sculpting heads, and then you can kind of go on and start to create your own heads and you don't have to watch tutorials. So yeah, this is definitely something that I am still figuring out as a YouTuber. I'm trying different types of videos, time-lapse videos, beginner follow-along videos like my male and female generic heads. And now I'm doing this video. So I'm just seeing what people like, what people find helpful and useful, and also, what gets views, because that is, definitely an important thing. Okay, so I think this dimple is just a little bit too strong. It's too visible, so I can just add some clay and then smooth it, because I think it was a little bit too strong. Okay, we'll save this again. I maybe will just increment the save again, and it's Control-Alt-S. I'm still trying to remember that, Control-Alt-S. That's one shortcut key that I keep forgetting. I'm like, what is that again? But it is a newer feature in Blender, the incremental saves. That's probably why I don't remember it, because it is a newer feature. So it's not a shortcut that I've been using for 5 years or 10 years. Okay, this is pretty straight. So I'm going to try to add that. Make it a little bit more straight. There's also kind of this bit of skin here, which it kind of goes around. It's hard to draw with the line brush, but it kind of goes around. It's kind of a bit round. So let's try to add that. Clay strips, add that, and then smooth it. But I don't want to go into too much detail right now, because again, we still are blocking in all the main forms. So let's go back to the ear, and then also do the ear, the nose, and then we'll add the eyes. Okay, so I'm going to bring this over to side view. Let's just erase everything because I don't really need this for now. We'll bring this over to front view. Okay, so to make the ears, I actually want to jump back to side view. And his ear is pretty thin. I want to bring this back. It's not super wide this way. So I'm going to bring this in, make it nice and round. And there's also, if you kind of look at the top of the ear to the bottom of the ear, it kind of goes back a little bit. So I want to make sure I have that. And let's go to clay strips. We'll add what I like to call the built-in earplugs. Because right here, I talk about this in my male and female generic head tutorial. But if there's a really loud noise, I don't put my finger in my ear, because I think that's gross or something. I just like take that little bit here, this little bit of like cartilage, and push it against my ear, and then it blocks the sound, you know? I expect most people do that, but that'd be interesting to know if other people do it or not. But it makes total sense. You just kind of push on that little bit of skin or cartilage, and then it covers the ear hole. And so it does a really good job of blocking sound. All right, so this is very round. See this Y shape? So here's the Y. Oops, here's the Y, and then it goes down. But I'm looking on the side of it, and it's very round. So if we go to side view, I definitely want to round this over, bring this over. So I'm trying to get that roundness. And then also we'll go to the clay strips. We'll push this in, and then we'll have the 9 shape go down here. Let's remesh again. Oh, remesh again. So we have a little bit more detail. Push this in. All right, go along here. This definitely goes back in quite a bit. And if we go to, let's see, let's do the crease sharp, I guess. I'm just going to crease this in here, all along here, going all the way around, because this part really is a very like tubular shape. It's like a tube. So this really goes back in quite a bit. And then this starts to get a bit more smoothed out here. All right, grab brush. Looking at it from different angles. Let's go here to like the 3rd quarter view. Bring this up a little. Let's increase the remesh value just a little bit, because I do need a little bit more detail. And then I'll go to the inflate brush. Just try to inflate that a little bit more because it's getting very small. Try to smooth the back a little bit. Okay. Maybe I'll just use the inflate brush to add this, and then kind of push that back in, and then inflate this around here for that Y shape. All right, let's go to front view now. So I'll flip this. We'll take a look at the ear from the front. So you can see this Y shape, it kind of goes up here, and it basically touches like the end of the ear and then goes back in. So if we go here to the side, we definitely need to fix that. So I'll pull the ear back, take a look at the angle of the ear, and then the Y shape should come forward quite a bit. Quite a bit. All right, bring this in. And yeah, the ear really is not going that far out. The ear is very close to the head. So it's very interesting how we all have different proportions, different shapes. So everyone is very unique. I think I do just want to refine this a little bit, so I'll go to the clay strips. Now with the clay strips brush, I'm going to go here to the brush settings and turn on front faces only. And this way I can sculpt in here, but I don't have to worry about it messing up the other side. I might actually go through, but at least it's not going to grab the other sides or move it around, because I can only sculpt the front faces. So if I'm looking at the back of the face, it's not going to sculpt that back face. So I'm just going to push this in, and so far it's not going through the ear, so that's great. And then I'll smooth it a little bit, and I can just remesh it again. Just make sure I remesh that. Yeah, okay, so it remeshed. I'm going to jump back to the side view. Let's get rid of this drawing. So I think this needs to come up a little bit more, like that. And then carve this in a bit. Push that back in a bit. But we're pretty close for just getting the basic ear shapes. Maybe I'll go back to the inflate brush and we'll just inflate this a little bit here on the side. All right. Just looking back and forth, just comparing it. Comparing the reference to my sculpt. Maybe inflate this a little bit more, because it is quite round and a bit more thick. All right, let's go to front view again. We'll flip the reference. I think that's pretty close. And there's a bit of hair here, which kind of gets in the way of the ear. Okay, so I think for now I'm going to call that good for the ear because the main shapes are there. But if I want to get like, you know, all the tiny little details like carving this in here, the topology is just a little bit low. So I'm just going to call that good for now for the ear. All right, so now we should definitely work on the eyes because we've added in pretty much everything else. So let's go to the side view, go to side, take a look at the side profile again. So I'm looking at, you know, where's the eye? Where does that come down? So right here, I think we still want to adjust things a little bit. So bring the eye a bit forward, bring the mouth a little bit back. Also, like, where's the nostril or the wings of the nose? So I think the wings of the nose are at a pretty good spot, but I can adjust the shape and make it a bit more round. Oh, and you know, before I add the eyes, I should add the nostrils. So we'll do that as well. All right. But I think we're getting pretty close. So let's now add the nostrils. I'm going to go to the clay strips brush, and you can see this kind of is almost like a triangle shape. So I'm going to carve this in a little bit here. Flatten that a little bit. And then let's go down here and we will actually use the draw brush. I think that's a lot more useful. Let's take a look at both the front and the side. And I'll just add in these. So I'm going to have them come together. So it's almost like a oval shape or a bean shape, and they're coming and they're kind of pointed towards each other like that. All right. Remesh again, so we have more value there, more topology. All right. Look at it from side view. So we want to get that shape of the nostril from the side, so it should come up a bit. And then back down. And you can kind of see this almost looks like it's like a flat face right there. So that's why I was kind of trying to flatten that out. And then right here, we should probably just add a little bit more. Smooth it a bit. Have it go around the nose. Kind of zoom out a little bit. Take a look at the overall shape of the nose. So I do think this is popping out too much. So let's push that in. All right. Go to the grab brush. Maybe bring this in a little bit. It's hard to see the nostrils from the front, but we'll try to see what that's looking like. And for the mouth, we should definitely add a little bit more of that shape. So we want to get that M shape. So it goes down and then it comes up and then it goes down. See that? We should probably bring these together. And then we'll go to the crease polish and we'll pinch this. Of course, next time we remesh, it's probably going to get rid of most of that. But it is really helpful to pinch that in because that is what the shape is actually looking like. And this really goes in a lot. Like there's that dark shadow there, so it really digs in quite a bit. Maybe add a little bit more here. And then smooth. There's kind of like a little crease here. So I was kind of getting sidetracked on the mouth. Let's go back up to the nose. And we'll try to smooth this a little bit. It does feel a little bit long here. So if we go to the side, take a look at the side view, grab brush. I think I might bring it back a little bit. This could maybe be a little bit better shaped. Because it does just feel like it's coming out a little bit much. But overall, it is a pretty big nose. You can see I'm like zooming out so I can just take a look at the whole thing. Let's see, make this a little bit more round. Let's smooth a little bit here. I think we're about good for the nose for now. We can, of course, come back with a fresh pair of eyes and finalize it. This is kind of pointy. See how pointy that is? So right here, it's a little bit round. So if I go to the grab brush, zoom in, we'll try to make this a little bit more pointy. Go to side view. I think that already looks better. Smooth it a little bit. Kind of taking a look at the overall proportions and shapes of things. All right, let's do the eyes now. So for the eyes, let's go to the front view. We want to take a look at the shape. So it's very round here. See how round it is around here? Then there's the tear duct, that's what it's called. And then this is round, but it's not quite as much. It's a bit more flat, whereas this one goes way up. So let's go to the crease sharp. Let's zoom in. All right. I'm just going to take a look at this eye. And I'm going to start to crease it out. So holding down Control. And this is very round. All right. And then this here is a little bit more smooth. We also want to take a look at like this angle. So from each side of the eye. All right. Pretty happy with that. And then we will carve in. Let's actually go to maybe the clay strips. And we'll just carve in here where the eye is. And it's getting a bit stretched now. The topology is getting a bit stretched. So I will eventually remesh it. I guess let's do that now. So remesh. All right, that's a lot more detail to work with. And we'll just go along the tops here. Smooth that out. Along the bottom. We're going to add a separate eyeball object with a sphere. So I don't need to add tons of detail back here, because it is going to be covered up. But let's go to one of the creases, maybe crease sharp, crease that down. All right, then I'll go to crease polish, and I'll kind of pinch that. We'll pinch this here. All right, now you can see how much space there is between where the eyebrows are and the eyelids. And right here we have all of this space. So I definitely need to fix that, because there just really isn't that much space. This is definitely something that I would say is different from the generic proportions. So we are going to need to fix that pretty soon. What I'm going to do is try to make the bottom eyelid a bit more flush, or make it a bit more visible, make it a bit bigger. All right, push this back in like that. Okay, so yeah, let's bring this down. So we'll go, actually first, let's take a look at where the eyes are. So if I just draw a line right through the eyes, a straight line, I think the eyes need to come up a little bit. So we'll go to the grab brush, we'll bring the eyes up a bit, because you can kind of see comparing it to the ear, it should probably be a bit higher. We also want to, take a look at where the nose is. We can kind of draw a line, and then do like a halfway point. Here's the top, here's the bottom. So I do think the eyes need to come up a little bit. All right, so now let's go to the mask brush, and we're going to mask this area. Mask that out there, and that way we won't be able to move it. Okay, we'll go to the grab brush, and we're going to pull this down a bit. Let's see, I think I need to go back to the mask brush and mask that out there. I didn't quite get everything. We could also then hold down Shift, and we can smooth the mask. So I might just smooth the mask. Like if I go too far, then I could just smooth the mask a little bit. Okay, grab brush. Oops, actually I accidentally hit the H button to hide the mesh. And because the H button is right next to the G button, I do press it quite a bit. Okay, so we want to take a look at like this shape here, this whole bit here. So I want to bring it down. There's a pretty strong like crease there. So bring that up, bring this down. Let's get rid of the drawing now, because at some point I eventually start to feel like the drawing isn't helpful. I just have to take a look at the entire thing. All right, let's go to the side. Take a look at this from the side. This is popping out a bit too much, I think. So I'll push that forehead in a little bit. Go back to the front view. Actually, we could take a look at maybe the third quarter view, because that might give us a little bit more of an idea of the shape. Okay, so I'm going to remove the mask with Alt-M. We'll save this again. I'm going to make sure this is very round. So kind of round this around. All right, and then we could remesh because some of the vertices or the topology is a bit stretched. Let's go to the clay strips, and I want to smooth this out a little bit and then add a bit more form here. And then we are going to need to kind of recrease that, but let's add a bit more form and smooth. Push this in, push this out, or push this in there. There's also a little bit of a form right here, which is kind of this bit here. All right. And then he does have some pretty strong creases, so we could just add that with the crease sharp brush. Just starting to show where that is, at least blocking it in. There's kind of that crease there, kind of like that. All right, clay strips brush. Let's go along here, kind of make that a bit more round, kind of have it pop out a little bit. And this really goes in a bit. You can see how dark it is back in there. So probably want to push this in a bit more. And then we can go along here, kind of add that crease. Smooth that out. Go to front view again. I think I want to bring this up, bring this down a little bit, so it's a bit more round. Let's go to side view. So I think right here, this can be pushed in a little bit. So it's a little bit more round. Take a look at it from the bottom, make sure it's round. Okay, back to side view. Take a look at how far down this is. Does it match everything? Maybe bring the nose out a little bit. All right, so let's now add an eyeball object. So I'm gonna stop using my drawing tablet for now. And I'm going to go to object mode. I'll hit Shift-C to center the 3D cursor, go to the add menu, and I'm going to add a UV sphere. In edit mode, I'm going to rotate the UV sphere on the x-axis by 90 degrees. Back to object mode, I'll scale it down, bring it over here. We'll go to side view and I'll bring it forward. And generally, this eyelid comes farther. It's farther forward, whereas the bottom eyelid goes farther back. But in this face, it's pretty darn straight. So that is another thing which breaks the generic proportions. So we're going to put this right about here, scale it down. So I'm taking a look at that eye object. We'll go to front view again. Maybe make it even a bit smaller, bring it forward a bit. And back on side view, I want to think about, where does the eye start? So where does the eye start? Like that. There's also this cheekbone, I think, which we could add, make it a bit more visible. And there's roughly about one eye width in between. So, if, this is one eye, this is the other eye, about that distance is about in here. And I think that's lining up pretty close. So the issue with the draw brush here, or not the draw brush, but the annotate line feature, is there's actually currently a Blender bug with the line brush. So I use the right click select in Blender because I used Blender before version 2.8. I just kept using right click select, but there's actually a bug where if I try to draw a line, it won't draw. So I actually did report it as a bug and it's going to be fixed in the next version. But if I click to left click select, now the line brush will work here in the image editor. It was just the image editor and just when you have right click select turned on. Okay. So now let's open up the side panel. We'll go to the modifiers and we're going to add a mirror modifier. And then for the object, we're going to click on the eyedropper and choose the character. All right. And I want to take a look at the overall shape of the eye. and make sure I like where it is. So some things to think about are like, how far is the eye? Like how far into the face does it go? And then how far out of the face does it go? And we want to compare this with everything. So I think the nose could come out a little bit and this could come back in slightly. This is looking pretty close. So let's go to sculpt mode of the object. Go to sculpt mode. Using the grab brush, I'm going to bring out the nose just a little. Bring this in just a little. And down. And this definitely needs to wrap around the eye. So we'll wrap that around the eye. So just tweaking it slightly. All right. And then we'll go to side view. Zoom in pretty close. I think this could come down a little bit. Maybe bring this in a bit. Push it back in. Okay, we'll go back to front view. Take a look at where the eye is. So I like to hit the B key for the box select, and then that way it'll give me like a straight line. And I can almost use it like a measuring tool. Okay, hit the escape key. And this I think maybe could come down slightly, and this could pop out slightly. Let's go back up to the eyes. Just try to refine the shape. So maybe this could come up a little bit so it's a bit more round. All right. Let's go to the crease polish. And we're going to sharpen this here. And then maybe smooth this here. And then sharpen it a little bit. Because we're just trying to get that shape. And this is almost like a flat edge here. So the eyelids aren't super lumpy and round. They kind of have like a bit of a sharp bit on the end. And this here, flatten this out. I would say that probably the eyes are one of the hardest things to sculpt on a face. They might be the hardest thing to sculpt on a face. So I'm just gonna make sure that is nice and round with the eye. So go to the top here and go to the bottom. All right. Let's see. So if I draw a straight line, go back to the left click select, draw a straight line like that. It definitely comes down a little bit and then comes back up. So down and then up. And we don't really have that much topology to sculpt the tear duct right now, so I'm probably not going to add that yet. But I can go to the crease polish, just kind of sharpen that up. So there's that clear edge there, kind of like a lip on the eyelids. And then crease this in around here. Let's go back to side view. And you can kind of see there's this thing here. It's kind of like the cheekbone. So if we take a look for maybe third quarter, that can give us a little bit better of an idea. And I think I just want to flush it out a bit more. Just kind of add more clay there and then smooth. All right. And I think this mouth might be going in a little bit too much. Or it's a little bit like pointy. It's almost like the mouth is pointy. So let's take a look at, I think this view is actually the best view for it. Go to the grab brush and just kind of maybe try to round the mouth a little bit more. All right. I think that's better already. Maybe bring this in a little bit because it was popping out quite a lot. You could also like draw a line down here. So you can see the part which is coming out the most is right above the eye. So this part is coming out the most. So everything else shouldn't come out quite as much as that. So I could push this in a little bit. This comes out the most. But I do think it's looking a lot like the character that we're trying to sculpt. So that's good. This maybe is slightly pointy. He does have a pretty round head. Maybe bring this in just slightly. Let's save it again. It's, what is it? Control-Alt-S. There we go. Save incremental as Roman Bust 5. I do like to save incremental, even though it makes an entire copy of the file. That way, if something happens, I can go back, especially if I'm doing something like, retopologizing or texture baking or, something which things can more break where you can't really go back. I definitely like to increment the save, but I do like to increment the save here and there as I'm sculpting as well. And if you get done with the project and then you have all these extra Blender files, which is a lot of storage, if you have 10 different incremental saves and you don't think you're going to use them again, you could of course just delete them once you're done with the project. I usually don't delete them though. I just keep them in my project files. But because I have so many tutorials and things that I've created, I have external hard drives that I throw all of my old project files, because I have multiple terabytes of data for all of my recordings, time lapses, real-time tutorials. So once I'm finished with all the editing files, I'll throw it on external hard drives. So it's not on my main computer drive, and I'll just keep the finished product, like the finished tutorial, the finished artwork. I'll only keep that on my main computer's hard drive. I do feel like this is almost more of a live stream style, because I'm just saying random things, talking about stuff, because I feel like I just need something to say while I'm sculpting. But let me just talk about the sculpt. So I'm just trying to pinch this in and just kind of sharpen it. I'm really starting to refine those shapes now because we do have the detail for it. So you can see I'm just refining that shape and refining this shape. We could even crease this in here. Let's see. There's kind of this crease here, which we kind of lost, so I'll try to add that. Maybe this could be a bit more smooth. Crease this in here a little bit. Maybe push this in so it's a little bit more round. All right, let's go back to the front view. Zoom out. Oop, that was too far. Get rid of the drawing. Take a look at this from farther away to see how it's overall looking. I do think the expression is definitely there. It looks similar. Let's see. I think the bottom here could be a little bit more flat, so we'll pull this out just to make that look a little bit more flat. And then we have these bits of skin here, kind of like little wrinkles. So I'll try to add that. So we'll add one here, and then it looks like there's another one behind it. Let's look at here at the third quarter. So there's definitely this one here, and then the other one is a bit more subtle. All right. So smooth it just a little. And what's so useful about a drawing tablet in this case is that I can just lightly press down. And that way I'm not getting rid of that crease that I just added, but it just smooths it out. All right. And I want to take a look at where the mouth is to everything else. And I think it's about good. Maybe I could just bring it a tiny bit farther out. And where's the nose, to the mouth? Where's the eyes? All right. Now I do think the ears on the top could be inflated a bit more because they just look a bit thin. So we'll go to the inflate brush, go back here, period on the numpad to zoom into my sculpt here, and then I'll just inflate this quite a bit more because it just felt pretty thin. Go to front view again. That definitely looks better. Maybe I'll just inflate it a little bit more. So now you can see the topology is being stretched a bit, but we are going to remesh it at some point again when we add even more details. And I've been sculpting for just a little over an hour, so I'm probably going to end this session soon. And I'll come back for another session of sculpting. Just taking a look at it again from the third quarter. He almost looks like he's smiling slightly in mine. So let's try to bring this down just a little bit. He almost does look like he has like a tiny, tiny hint of a smile, but it's very subtle. So you can see here how tiny and narrow this gets, whereas this is a bit thicker. So I'm going to go to the clay strips, push this in, smooth it, push this in, just so that it's really narrow, because his lips are pretty thin. All right. This, maybe push that back in a little bit. Maybe go to the bottom view and just bring it in a little bit. Go to side view. Let's flip this and look at side view. So you can see there's this big dark shape here. I do think we have that pretty close. Then there's the lighter shape. This goes back in. This kind of has a nice rounding to it. All right. So I'm going to end this session here and I'll continue the sculpt either later today or I'll do it tomorrow. And I am back for another sculpting session. And so yeah, it's the next day. So I'm just trying to look at the reference and figure out what part I want to sculpt now. Because again, I want to focus on just getting in all the main shapes. And once I get those down, then I can start adding more details. So I'm going to take a look farther away. So overall, I'm pretty happy with it. One thing that I want to do is add a bit of more of a crease here. So let's go to the side, go to the clay strips. I'll take a look at this view here. And let's add a little bit of clay here going around. All right, smooth this side of it. This side of it here, I can go to the crease polish, crease that in a little bit. All right, and then smooth around a little bit right here. That's a little bit maybe too big, so I'll just smooth it on either side. Maybe just tap lightly and just smooth that crease so it's not too sharp. And I think down here, I'll start to crease this in a little bit. Okay. So what I don't want to add a ton of creases yet, because I'm still just looking at the overall shape. So let's go to side view. Take a look at side view. But overall, I am pretty happy with the shape of it. Let's see, I could maybe cut this back in a little bit so it has a bit more depth. But at this point, these adjustments are pretty minor. Overall, we do have the shape there of the head. All right, so I'm going to move on with more details pretty soon. All right, I want to take a look at the mouth from side view again. Okay, we'll switch to front view again. Zoom out. I think I will go to the grab brush, make my brush just a little bit bigger. Go to back view and maybe pull it in a tiny bit, because it does feel like it's bulging out just a tiny bit on the back here. It's kind of hard to tell with the hair, like how far the head is coming out. All right, so I'm going to increase the remesh value just a little and we'll go into a bit more detail. Maybe just adjust the neck a tiny bit. I think actually before I do that, I will adjust the neck a little bit. So I'll carve this in, take a look at this view, kind of carve this in and then smooth. Because now is the time to add any more details, these larger forms, before I add more geometry. So I'm just going to start to add like the chest muscles, the pectoral muscles, because you can see them a little bit on this character. And then smooth that. Carve this in the center and then smooth. All right. And it is pretty hard to notice, but there is like this little muscle here, or not the muscle, but the bone, like the collarbone. So I do want to add the collarbone, but on this character, it's pretty hard to see. Like you can't see it that well. So I'm going to add that collarbone just a little bit and then smooth. So it's a very subtle form. All right, maybe this could be smoothed out a little bit. I just don't quite like the shape of it. Take a look at the side here. Look over here. Maybe bring this out a little bit so it's a little bit more round. Right here as well. Smooth. Okay, so I'm going to increase the remesh value a bit. So R, just increase that a little bit and then remesh that. All right, so now I have a bit more detail. So now let's take a look at things like the eyes and also the ears. We'll add a bit more detail. So let me go to the grab brush, kind of play around with the shape of that. And because it's a bit more detailed, we can also kind of make the eyes a bit sharper. And we just have more geometry to work with now. And we can also add like the tear duct. So I'm just going to bring that in. Okay, so let's now go to the crease polish. We'll push this out a little bit, and then we'll push this in a little bit, just to kind of crease it. So I want to keep it pretty close to the eye. I don't want it to come way out. So I'm kind of tucking it or hugging it along the eye, along the eyeball. Let's take a look at the shape. So I think I'll bring this in a little bit, bring it down a little bit. Because you can see the bottom eyelid, it doesn't come up that much, but then this eyelid comes up a lot. So, I mean, we pretty much have that there. I'm just trying to refine it a little bit, but I think overall that's pretty close. Let's see, let's take a zoom out. And I think his eyelids are maybe even a little bit too high, so we'll just bring that all down a little bit. Go to side view. Yeah, let's flip to side view now and take a look at that. You can see how tiny, how thin his eyelids are. Mine are a little bit on the thicker side, which is okay. It almost does make sense for a marble sculpture, I think, but I do want it to be close to the reference. So I'm going to try to make it even thinner. So what I'll do is go to the mask brush. I will mask out this bit here. All right, and then hold down Shift and smooth the mask. On the edges, we'll go to the grab brush, make the brush bigger, and just like try to bring this forward a little bit. Bring this forward a little bit. So it's very small. All right, so now let's remove the mask. Let's try to smooth all this again. All right, so I'm just gonna smooth that out there, around there. What I should have done is had the mask go down a little bit farther, but that's okay, we can easily smooth that out. Let's also remesh it again, just so the topology is even. All right, smooth that out a bit. Oops, go to the grab brush, and we're just trying to make it nice and straight. We could also like pinch this in, so let's go to the crease polish and just kind of pinch this in here. Smooth it a little bit, pinch it in. Let's take a look at the bottom eyelid. And you can definitely see it, like where it ends, it's quite visible. There's kind of like a wrinkle there. So we'll kind of add that in. So now that we have higher detail, it's easier to add those more detailed forms. All right. Let's start to add a few more details. Like if we go to the crease sharp, I can add a little bit of a crease here, add a little bit of a crease here. And up here, kind of goes around, goes down here, and then it just kind of fades away. And then we'll smooth it a little bit because I don't want it to be too strong. So I'm just lightly pressing down to smooth that. All right, we have another big crease there, kind of a wrinkle. So maybe it goes up a little bit and then comes down. Maybe let's go to the crease polish. Try that. The crease polish might work a little bit better. And then just smooth it out a little bit because we don't want it to be too lumpy or bumpy. All right. Let's go to front view again. See that from the front view. We can also crease in here and crease here. And there's a few more creases, so I could try the draw sharp brush. Sometimes I switch between the draw sharp or the crease sharp. Let's see, I need to zoom in here. Here we go. Okay, let's take a look at the side of the eye. There's definitely quite a few creases here. So kind of crease that there. Crease this down. Yeah, I think the draw sharp is a little bit better in this case for what I'm doing specifically. And then these eyebrows, they really aren't that big. He doesn't have like really big puffy eyebrows or thick eyebrows. So instead of adding a separate object, I'm just going to sculpt it on. And since we are getting pretty high detail now, I think we can just add it in with the detail that we have. But we might want to increase the remesh value one more time and add more detail, but we'll see. We may not need it. So we'll go to the clay strips. I think the clay strips brush is really great for adding hair, and we can see how far it ends. So like it doesn't come way over, it kind of ends here, it goes down here, and it kind of ends right here. So let's just try to add that in, adding these little forms to look like hairs. We'll have it go along here and then down a bit. Actually, I think maybe looking at this from the side, slightly side view is a little bit better. All right. Along here. Yeah, his eyebrows are really not that big. Sometimes for characters, if they have bigger eyebrows or stronger eyebrows or puffier eyebrows, I'll add like a separate object and shrink wrap like a plane onto it. But in this case, I think it works out really well just because it's supposed to be like a marble sculpture. So it would be the same object. For the hair though, I will probably make it a separate object, but we'll see about that. I just think it would be easier for all of the hair to add a separate object just in case, so that the rest of the head doesn't get ruined in any case. Like for example, if I add some of the hair but then want to move it around or change it, it won't move around the entire rest of the head. So just having it a separate object will make it a bit more adaptable because I know that I'm not affecting the head shape. So I could redo it or move it around. So I think that's what I'll do. All right, so there we have some eyebrows. Let's take a look at kind of the expression of the eyebrows. It is actually pretty close. Like it's pretty close to the eyes. If I wanted to, I could go to the grab brush and just move around the shape of the eyebrows. Maybe I will go to the grab brush and just bring this down a little bit, bring this up a little bit. Right, maybe bring this up a tiny bit. All right, now what I'm gonna do is go back to object mode and let's sculpt in the pupils because the pupils are gonna add a lot of life to the character and give him more of an expression. So let's go to the eyes. Let's first hit like Control-3 to add a subdivision surface modifier. And then we're going to apply the subsurf. Let's drag the subsurf up to the top and we're gonna apply it. Let's go into edit mode. You can see it's nice and smooth now, but I do want to remesh it so that the topology is even. So we'll go from object mode to sculpt mode. We'll hit R to remesh, make it pretty detailed, and then Control R to remesh. Okay, and then we'll hold down Shift and just smooth out the surface. That might even be a little bit too high poly, so we'll turn down the detail a little bit. Okay, but I do want it to be overall pretty high poly. Let's close this, close this. Okay, so something I'll notice is that the eye here, let me just change my setting there. Okay, so you can see right here, it starts up like this and goes all the way around. And so this eyelid is actually covering this top part of the pupil. And that is very common. Like unless your eyelids are open a lot or maybe you're looking down, generally that's gonna happen. So I'm gonna go to the draw brush, zoom out here, take a look at this. and I'm going to go around in circles and lightly press down. Make sure that I can see the bottom but not all the top. Alright, make it pretty round. I think this would also be very hard to sculpt with a mouse because I can just, make nice round strokes here with the tablet. So that's another very useful reason to use a tablet. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is smooth in the center. Let's zoom out, and I think I might have made it slightly too big. I'll go with that for now. Sometimes I redo the eyes a few times to get it right. I'm going to go to the clay strips brush now and just push that all in, and then we'll smooth it. Smooth it. Go to the grab brush again. Try to make this a nice round shape. I can also easily just pull it in if it's slightly too big. So I think that's okay. All right, let's go to the crease polish and we'll just kind of sharpen this in. All right, hold down Control and kind of push this out a little bit just so that the forms are a bit more clear. Maybe go to the grab brush and make sure it's nice and round. Okay, and then let's go back to the clay strips or the draw brush, either way. And I'm going to add the black part of the pupil. Let's smooth it. Add the black part of the pupil and smooth. Make sure it's nice and round. So you can see how much more expression that gives to the character. Now I do think they're a little bit small. I zoomed in way too much. Let's pull it up and out all the way around, just so it's a bit larger. Okay, zoom out. That looks pretty good, but it just gives so much more life to the character, so I really like adding that. All right, let's go to the ear, because now that we added more geometry, you can see we could definitely smooth out the ear. So let's hit Alt-Q. Alt-Q is going to jump to the current object and make that the new one. So you can see if I hover my mouse over here, hit Alt-Q, now we can sculpt the eyes, Alt-Q, now we can sculpt the face. So it's a very fast way of working. So I'm just going to smooth this all out, and then we're definitely going to add just refining the shapes, adding a bit more detail. The shapes are already there, but I'm just going to add more detail. So I think I'll go to the crease polish, just kind of crease this in and smooth it. Let's zoom into the ear. All right, maybe bring this out just a little bit, smooth that. Crease this in a little bit and smooth. This we can kind of crease in a little bit. Let's actually go to the draw brush and we'll just push this in a bit more because it really does go back. You can see right here, it really does go back in to the ear. And also let's click on brush and we'll click on front faces only. That's very useful so that it doesn't accidentally grab or move around the back here. All right, so I'm just going to push this in even more so it goes back into the ear. All right, around here, around here. I feel like this would be so difficult to do with a real marble. Because if you make a little mistake, you can't really go back, because marble is solid. So it's amazing how they did marble sculptures in real life. Because I can easily just make a mistake, hit Control R, I can just move everything around. Even clay would be easier. I have done a tiny bit of actually real clay sculpting. I'm not very good, but I've just kind of played around with it kind of just as a hobby. I sculpted a little head, a little tiny miniature head. I think he was this big. It wasn't very good, but it was fun to play around with. But I think something that's even harder about real clay is that you don't have the symmetry. So you have to actually sculpt it on either side. And sculpting with a real marble, that would just make it even harder because you don't have the symmetry. So really it is a lot easier, doing it digitally. Not to say that it isn't genuine art though. Of course, this is genuine art and you can do so many things like this, like create animated characters and things, but it is really just a different medium. Okay, so I'm just kind of smoothing some of these things because now that we added more geometry, some of them look a little bit rough. But at this point, we might actually not need to add any more detail because I think that's enough. I can pinch this in. So instead of going extremely high poly and adding teeny tiny little details, I might just leave it like this because it is really enough. It's enough detail, I think. that we have all the main forms in. This here, you know, I could add even more detail and sculpt these tiny, tiny little details, but I actually don't think I'm going to do that. I'm going to keep it a little bit lower poly. It just is a lot easier to work with. It renders faster. It's easier to move things around. And also something that I do want to do as well, and this is another reason why I don't want to make it extremely high poly, is because I want to rotate the neck a little bit. So if it's not extremely high poly, we can still kind of move around the neck and rotate it a little bit. So I'll show you later on how I'm going to do that. All right. Let's take a look at the ear again, right here. The ear's pretty much there, but I'm just kind of smoothing things and refining things. Let's see. If I go to side view again of the ear, let's see. So there's kind of like this triangle shape. So I might try to get that in. So like this goes around. There's like a little lumpy bit here, like that there, which I don't see on most characters. This comes around. All right. But at this point, this really isn't going to add too much to the character because I think the ear is pretty close. It's not really going to affect the character that much. All right, let's look at like more subtle forms around the character. So for example, there's like this tiny little crease here, which I don't really see too much. So let's see, we also have this one right here. So let's push it in and then push this out and then smooth. We also have this here, which I can just add a little bit of a form there around the sides of it, just so you can see it a little bit better. There's that there. So this here is that one right there. We could probably smooth it on the end a little bit. We also could maybe push this back in a little bit, then smooth that. Smooth this a little bit. Let's see, let's take a look at this down here. So it looks like there's like a little bit of skin here, and then it kind of goes in. You can kind of see this part right here. So we'll push that in a little bit, bring this out. I feel like when you're sculpting old characters, you can get away with things like if the anatomy is a little bit inaccurate or if things are slightly lumpy, you can kind of get away with it in the sense that the character doesn't look quite as bad. Whereas if you're sculpting like a female character and you want all the, you know, the skin to be really smooth and things, it is harder to get it right. That's not to say that I'm trying to make excuses for having the sculpt be worse, but what I'm saying is you can just get away with little things here and there if like the skin looks a bit lumpy or something just doesn't look quite right, like it's an old face. So you can kind of just say, oh, that's just a wrinkle. So kind of funny. I remember trying to sculpt like old guys like this quite a few times when I was, you know, many years ago when I was first learning sculpting, because I just found it, you could just like add all these little wrinkles and things and just, yeah, it's just easier to get away with things. A better example is like if you're sculpting an orc character, you can just add little wrinkles or add like a big jaw. And if you don't know the anatomy quite right, you can just be like, well, it's just an orc character, so his face is a little bit different. Again, that's not an excuse to say that you shouldn't learn the anatomy and the basic forms and proportions. You definitely should, but I'm just trying to make a point that, yeah, when you're sculpting like an orc or an old man or something, you can get away with little things. It is fun though. I think it is really fun to try to sculpt all these little details and things. All right. So there's like this little bit here, which we kind of already have. Like right here. But I might try to make it a bit more visible. All right, we kind of have those creases. What I might want to do is add a little bit of form here because you can just see there's like this little thing here. So add a little bit of form here and then smooth. All right. Let's take a look at the side of the nose. I might want to just push this in a little bit because I'm thinking about like this bit right here. Push that in a little bit and then smooth. Let's see, we can go to the crease polish and we can just kind of pinch this in, smooth around it, pinch this in. That's a pretty dark shadow, so it definitely is going back in a lot. Crease this in a little bit. There's also this angle here, which is something I actually didn't really notice before, but it's quite angled. So I might try to like angle that a bit more and then smooth the edges, because it is pretty angled. Maybe even go to the grab brush and like pull it down, pull this up, so it's a bit more angled. Let me get rid of the drawing, take a look at that. Yeah, it's pretty close. Let's go again to the polish brush. We'll kind of crease this out and then crease this back in to kind of pinch it together so it looks sharp. So at this point, as I mentioned, I don't think I'm going to add any more topology. So now I'm going to really try to like just make it look nice. So pinch this in, because if we remesh this again, it'll again get rid of that pinching that we added, because it's so sharp, because it's going to try to even out the topology. But I think this is high enough topology that I won't go any more detailed. Also, since it is a marble sculpture, you know, I didn't need to go crazy high detail. This generated image with Gemini and ChatGPT, you know, there's all these tiny little like skin details and stuff, but I'm not going to add all that because this is a marble sculpture. So a marble sculpture likely wouldn't have all of that. And if I were to try add all of these details, I'd probably want to add a multi-resolution modifier. So I'd have to like remesh the character, or not remesh it, but retopologize the character, and then use like some sort of kind of skin brush, like a texture brush. So that's just a whole nother process, and I just really don't think it would fit a marble sculpture. All right, let's take a look at these little forms. So this kind of goes down. There's kind of like this bit here. So I'm going to try to add that in. Maybe I'll add a little bit more mesh here, just so it pops that out a little bit. Let's see, right here, maybe carve this in a little bit more so it goes back in a little bit, and then smooth it. We could even maybe go to the crease polish. That's a bit of a big brush, so I'll make it smaller. We can kind of crease that in, crease this in, crease this in, just to refine these shapes and make them a bit more visible. And then he does have like some creases along the neck, so let's add that. So I'll make my brush smaller. Let's actually do this from front view. We can see it kind of is right about here, goes up along here, and then it goes along the side and around. And then we'll smooth, because I don't want it to be super visible, but just hinting at that. All right. Maybe add another little crease right here and smooth that. Okay, another thing that I noticed is this bit here. There's kind of like a bit of a sagging right there of the skin. So it looks like it should be right here. So we'll just go to the clay strips. We'll just add that on top. Then we'll go to the crease polish, add a bit of a crease underneath it. And then we'll smooth the top, smooth around the crease, and then just very, very lightly press down to smooth the crease there. And it looks like it kind of fades away on the end. All right. We could also go to the grab brush, and I think, see how this comes up and it's straight and then it kind of goes over? So maybe I'll bring this up and then have it go out a little bit. So it kind of is up and then goes over much more quickly. And taking a look at the ear, you can see the ear has this nice direction here, and this one, it's a little bit too straight up and down. So I'll bring this in, or bring this out, and then bring the back in, because it's quite close to the face. So bring that in, bring this out, and now we get that better angle there. Maybe even bring out the Y shape. All right, I really think this is coming together. So right here, another thing is that this almost like comes down and then there's this little tiny crease before the other crease. So just a very subtle inner crease. So let's go to the crease polish. We'll go along here and just kind of add that. So it's very subtle form, but it will just add more realism now because now we're really going in and getting all those fine details. And then lightly smooth it. All right, I like that. All right, we could crease this in a little bit more. Maybe pop it out on the edges. Crease this in a bit more. Crease this in here. We could definitely show this crease overall, just show it a bit more so it's a bit more visible. Also right up here on the very top, there is just like one small crease going like straight across. Oh, and I realized my screencast keys weren't on, so sorry about that. I wasn't pressing too many shortcut keys, but I was jumping between brushes and things. Let me just move this around. I just forgot to turn it on because when I close Blender and then reopen it, it's turned off. I suppose I could leave it on all the time if I like saved the user preferences, but I don't really want it to be on when I'm just working on my own projects that I'm not screen recording, so. Okay, let's take a look at like this right here. So I think this overall could be smoothed a little bit because it's not going quite that back in, but then we need to kind of push this in to kind of get that like V shape. Smooth this out a little bit. And then another thing I want to do, now that we have a bit more geometry, I actually kind of forgot to do this, but we'll do it now, is to use the crease polish. I'll just pinch this in to really sharpen up that form. We can also pinch this out to sharpen that form up. So really just all these forms, we just want to pinch it in here. I was just looking over and seeing how long I've been recording. Almost 40 minutes for this session of sculpting. I believe I've been doing about an hour a day for this character each day. So this is the third day. So this is the third time I'm recording and working on it. But yeah, I'm going to go to the crease polish and just kind of pinch it in. It looks like it's going through the eye, so we're going to have to fix that. But just pinch all this in so it's nice and sharp. Nice and sharp here, and then pinch the end out. Pinch this in. Let's go to the grab brush and bring this up a little bit so it's going around the eye. All right, that's pretty good. Maybe this could even come back in a little bit. Take a look at the side again. I almost feel like this could be just smoothed out a little bit because it does seem a little bit too strong right here. So the progress is really slowing down now because, you know, 10 minutes of sculpting with this little tiny details and you're not really going to see much changing in the sculpt. Whereas like the first 10 minutes of sculpting, there's a massive change between the, you know, the sphere and the character. So kind of as you sculpt and as you get more and more detailed, the details are important, of course, but you don't see as much process or you don't see as much progress quite as quickly. Whereas at the beginning, you're blocking in all the main shapes. So you're seeing changes quite fast. So I find that, like, you know, just sculpting out the base head, you could do it maybe an hour, But then all of like everything else could take, you know, another like 3 hours of just like adding little details, adding the hair, adding everything else. So the process does slow down as you get more detailed. All right, I am pretty happy with this. So the obvious next thing that we need to do is, well, there is the cloth and there's also the hair. But I believe I'm going to do the hair next. And then the fabric, I'll probably just have a separate object. And the hair, I am going to have a separate object. So let's do the hair. So I'm going to go back to object mode. Actually, I do want to do this in sculpt mode. So in sculpt mode, we're going to find the mesh or the mask brush. If I click here on the box mask and drag down, I can go to lasso mask and then let go. So now what I want to do is take a look at it from side view and want to get this shape. Now the hairline is quite high up, so I'm going to start here and I'm going to click drag down, and then I'm going to go around here, go about here, go over, and we're just kind of masking out the hairline. So then this goes around here, then it goes around the ear, and then it goes down and then up along here. We can let go. All right. And I believe if we click and drag again, let's go around here again. Let's hold down Control and go back around here to get rid of that. Oop. Okay, so the problem with this, what the problem is because I wasn't on side view, it kind of got rid of the other back side. So it's kind of going through. So let's go to the side again. Just try to do this from the side view. So I want to take a look at like how far out is this? How far out is this? So let's add this in. So I believe this definitely needs to come down a bit more. I kind of didn't grab this area. So I'll grab that. Then this, there's kind of like this form here. So I'm thinking about this shape. So this comes out a bit, goes up and goes over. And we don't have to get it exact because we can of course adjust it later. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this mask and we're going to turn it into a separate object. So let's now just go to the regular mask brush. So I'll hit M and that'll go to the mask brush. And then what I'm going to do is go along here, push that in behind the ear a little bit. You can kind of smooth the edges a little bit if you want to. Smooth the edges back here. All right, so we've kind of like painted in a mask where we want the hair to be. So let's close the side panel. Now what we're going to do is we're going to click on mask. We're going to go to mask extract. We're going to click on extract, and this is going to make it a separate object. All right, let's increment the save. So save incremental. Now what we're going to do is open up the side panel, and you can see that it's basically extracted it. So if I hit G to grab, you can see it's now a separate object and it has like a bit of thickness. So what I can do is drag the thickness value. Here we go. So we need to drag into the negative value to bring out the hair. And then I can also drag the offset. And I do want to push the offset in a bit like that, so that the hair goes inside the head, because I don't want it to be like right on the surface, because then it might look in some areas like it's floating. All right, so just like that. So that is really it for the hair. So now we'll click on the drop down, we'll apply the modifier. Let's now go to sculpt mode, and then we need to remesh it because obviously the topology is really stretched on the side. So we'll just remesh it like that, maybe make the detail even lower. All right, and there it is. So now let's make this smaller. Take a look at our reference. I'm going to get rid of the painting or the drawing here. We can go to side view, go to the grab brush. We can smooth it a little bit, but then we can just kind of drag this around. So just take a look at the hair, bring this down, bring this over. And because it's a separate object, I'm not concerned with like messing up anything on the head that I don't like. All right, smooth that out a little bit. And just getting that shape of the hair. All right, and then we have these really interesting things here that kind of go down, so that we have these bigger forms. And then we also have just little like creases. But I'm going to focus on adding those bigger forms with the clay strips brush. All right, so I'm going to go to the clay strips brush, and what I like to do is to turn on the size pen pressure. So if I press down lightly, it's small, and then I can push down harder and it gets bigger. So I think that's pretty useful for making the hair, and then also the strength as well. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by keeping the symmetry on, but then in the very center here, it wouldn't really make sense to have hair strands that are like exactly symmetrical. So in the middle, I'll turn it off and make like more unique hair strands. But for example, like this right here is very similar to kind of like this over here. So I'll do the sides first with the symmetry turned on and then turn it off later. So let's go along here. I think what I'll do is go to the grab brush and push it back in a little bit. So it's kind of closer to the head. Because if it's too far away from the head, it'll just not really look like this hair. Because this hair really is quite close on the edges. So let's bring this in a bit. All right, we'll go back to the clay strips brush. And I want to increase the remesh value because I want to add a lot of detail. So I'll increase it quite a bit. And then I'll start to add all those forms there. Maybe even add a little bit more detail. That might have been a little bit too much. But I do want to go pretty high detail because the hair should have a lot of detail. All right, let's take a look at the side of the character. Let's start adding these forms. So going along here. So we're adding those big shapes. Oop, I pressed down way too hard for that one. So I'm just adding these big shapes here. And I'm thinking about the flow of the hair. So even though hair in real life is made up of a bunch of tiny little hair strands, we can't really do that when we're sculpting, because when we're sculpting, we're working on larger forms. So I'm just going to add this kind of appearance. And with marble sculptures, you know, they have to do this too, because you can't add little tiny hair strands. So you have to just add the larger forms. So it's almost like you're thinking about each big clump of hair as being its own separate form. Like this one here. See how it goes around like that? So, and I'm not looking at each individual one and trying to sculpt it exactly, but just trying to sculpt the general shape. We can even have like some overlapping each other. And then there's a lot of detail right here. You can see how it goes up, goes back in, goes out. So if we go to the grab brush, I'll make my brush smaller. I can kind of pull this out, pull this part out here. Just to kind of add that on the edges. Bring this out a bit. Bring this out. Right. You could also try using the snake hook brush. So here it is, like elastic snake hook. Make the brush a bit bigger, and then you could try like pulling this around. Kind of pulling this out. Pulling this out. All right. Let's go back to the clay strips. And the hair can definitely take a long time. There's a few characters that I've made. I think it was maybe the female marble bust sculpture. Yeah, I think it was that one where I spent like more time on the hair than I did the rest of the character. I just spent like hours and hours adding all the little details for the hair. So, but the hair adds a lot to the character. So if you want to spend a lot of time doing that, definitely go ahead and do that. Because the hair is, you know, a big part of the character. It really does make the character look like who he is. Because there's so many different variations of hairstyles, long hair, short hair, all of that. All right, let's look on the side view. Look over here. So you can see there's some very interesting hair. Like if I go here to the annotate tool, not the annotate line, you can see there's like this here, then it kind of goes back around. There's these curving this way, there's these curving this way. So it's quite interesting. It adds a lot of interest, like a lot of visual interest. So I'm going to try to add a lot of those forms. So have it going this way, then have some of them going back this way. So really cool. I think hair is quite fun to sculpt. It does take a lot of time though. So after a while, I do find that I'm a little bit bored of it. But it is pretty fun. So I feel like this is more useful for like a time lapse if you're trying to like study the process of an artist, this would be a bit more useful to see a time lapse because you can just quickly see how they would block this in. But this is not going to be a time lapse. I have done quite a few time lapses on my YouTube channel. You can check out my Blender artwork breakdowns playlist where I have creation process videos and time lapse videos of different artworks, like a lot of sculpts. But this one, I'm just trying this out. I'm trying out different types of sculpting videos on YouTube, like time lapse videos, creation process videos, step-by-step tutorials, and now I'm doing this kind of almost like a vlog style where I'm sculpting it for the first time and just showing you how I do it. So it is a tutorial because you can follow along, but it's a little bit less step-by-step and more just I'm feeling it out as I sculpt. So yeah, this is not a time lapse. I'm just going to go along and just do this all by hand. I might even want to make the strength a little bit stronger because I feel like I have to push down a little bit hard to actually make it come out. So I'm going to make that brush strength a little bit stronger. And yeah, I really like turning on the pen pressure size or the pen pressure sensitivity for the size, because you can see this is thicker and then it gets thinner towards the end. So it's like really thin and then I can push down. So you can see it's like thin right here, gets thicker and then it gets thinner. So I really think it helps to make this type of hair specifically. All right. We're almost to an hour for this session, so I'm probably going to end it soon. And then I'll work on other tutorials and projects and things. As well as sculpting, I have other projects. I'm going to be filming some procedural material videos. I have like 2 materials coming up. Actually, I'll probably post those videos way before. So I guess I don't need to keep them a secret. So I'm going to be making a... let's see, this is way too strong. Let's turn this down. I don't know why that was like way too strong. Oops, let's hit Control Z. So I'm going to be making a lined paper material and a crumpled paper material. And then I'll be adding them to my ultimate procedural material pack in the next update. But they're going to be, you know, regular node groups and everything, just like my other material videos. So probably those are already on my YouTube channel as you're watching this, because I'll be filming them, editing them, and I'll probably get that out before this tutorial. But I usually work on multiple projects at the same time. So like maybe one day I'm filming a video, but then at the same time or that day I'm also working on another artwork on the side and then doing some sculpting. I always have a sculpt going, and then I might have a procedural material going on too. So it's pretty normal for me to be working on maybe 3 projects at once. I like to switch between projects. So maybe I'm working on a more technical video where I'll have like a script. Like I'll be writing out the video script for, you know, how to use a specific tool or brush or workflow or tool in Blender. And I'll work on that for a little while. Then I'll work on filming, maybe filming a larger tutorial series for a few hours. Then after that, maybe I'll take a break and do some sculpting. So I do normally have maybe like 3 projects that I'm working on every day, and I'll kind of switch between different projects. If I'm working on a very large tutorial series and I really want to just, you know, focus on that and getting it done, and I just want to be in that headspace of just that one project and not be distracted by other projects, then I'll just work on like one project for the entire duration of the project until it's finished. But that's only if I'm working on a really large tutorial series or a big project that I just want to get done and just really focus on it without thinking about any other project. But most of the time, if I'm just working on a new material video or a, you know, an artwork process breakdown or a sculpting video, then I will work on multiple projects at once. Now, something that I have done for some of these characters is I've put this image back into Gemini or ChatGPT, and I told it to generate a back view just so I can see what it looks like from the back view. But I really don't think it's necessary. I can just take a look at, you know, this entire sculpt and use that as a reference. I don't really need to see a back view because I have a general idea of how the hair is going to flow. So you can see if I try to like sculpt here, it just looks exactly the same on either side. So I am pretty soon going to break the symmetry, which breaking the symmetry means it takes even longer to sculpt it because you have to sculpt either side. So that's why I'm adding all of these details first, so that I don't have to sculpt each side individually for the entire thing. But we're getting pretty close, so pretty soon here I'm gonna break the symmetry. But I think since I'm almost done with this hour session of sculpting, I am probably going to do that either later today or tomorrow. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to the grab brush and try to get kind of that like almost like sharp bit here. See how it's like sharp right here? So I'm gonna try to do that on everything here. So I'll kind of pull this out, bring this back in, because that definitely adds a lot more details. Now, when I pull this out like this, it does kind of stretch the topology a bit. So I could just remesh it again. And you can see like right there, it smoothed that out. So it wasn't quite as sharp. So maybe I'll do that. So I'll bring this over. And definitely right here when you're looking at the front of the character, if these two sides look exactly the same, that's just going to look weird because hair isn't naturally like that. So I will break the symmetry, you know, turn off the symmetry, and then break up that shape there on the top of the hair. Now right here, I just want to like, let's see, turn down maybe the strength a little bit. It's a bit too strong. But right here, I just want to add a bit more form to some of these bits, because I just want it to look a bit more naturally shaped. All right. Let's see, on the back of the head, there definitely is that shape as well, or those shapes. So I'll go to the grab brush and just pull out just the parts that I want. And then what we could also do is we could go to, let's do the crease polish, and I could go along here and kind of crease this. Oops, I don't know why it sometimes does that. It like gets a lot stronger. It seems like certain areas that I sculpt, it suddenly makes the brush stronger. And then kind of pinch this out. And this way, this, instead of it just feeling like a lump that kind of comes out, it really does feel more like one full form. Yeah, I did it again. If you know why, definitely let me know in the comments. Maybe it's just a bug, I don't know, but it does happen sometimes in some of my other sculpts. But you can see I'm kind of pinching this in. Oh, it did it again. It got way too strong. And then we could also like crease this in here, crease this in here. And so you can see now all those shapes really start to feel like their own forms. So like crease this in here to connect all this. You could also try using the crease sharp. And the crease sharp is a lot sharper. However, all of these details, I want to do this kind of details more at the very end of the hair. So I'm just kind of showing you how I'm doing it, but I'm going to end it here in this part. And so I'll be turning off the symmetry and continuing on sculpting the rest of the hair. All right, so what I'm now going to do in the hair object is I'm going to turn off the symmetry. So let's just click here to turn off the symmetry, and then using the clay strips brush, I can now make the hair look more unique. So let me just switch to front view, and I can go along here and just start to make the hair look more unique in the center. And also I can go back along here, along some of these, so that we're kind of breaking up on either side and making it look different. I can also go to the grab brush, and I can pull this down, kind of pull this up, and I can just make it look more interesting. So give the edge just more interest. All right. Maybe bring it down a little bit. Back to the clay strips brush. Oh, don't know why that happened. Seems like that bug that happens. It does seem like a bug to me. Where sometimes if you are like on the edge, it like makes it really strong, makes the brush really strong. So now I'm going to go along here and pretty much do the same thing that I was doing, but in the middle. And also again, just kind of like going along here to kind of break it up and make it look different. So you don't really notice that, you know, this over here is the same as this over here. So this will definitely be a bit of a process. So I'm just going to go through here and do it for all the hair. But this video, I wanted to be like a real-time follow-along tutorial, which you can follow along or just see my entire process in real time. So I'm not going to skip ahead or show a time-lapse or anything. I'm just going to show my entire process. That's just the format of this video. And again, definitely let me know in the comments whether you like it or whether you don't find it that useful. I am just playing around with lots of different, you know, sculpting videos and seeing like what kind of tutorials people like, so I can figure out what kind of sculpting videos I want to do for the future. Because I am getting a lot more into sculpting, and I definitely want to teach sculpting on my channel. All right. And I did mention this already, but what you could do is like throw these images back into an AI generator, and you could tell it to generate like a top view or a back view if you wanted to. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to use my imagination at this point, because I'm not trying to sculpt the hair to the exact same, you know, hair strands. I'm just looking at the general hair, just seeing what the hair looks like overall, and just kind of adding the hair, just making it look kind of similar. So around here, here. So the hair is definitely very round. There's lots of little bits of hair which are kind of rounding over. So I'm trying to add that. And I could turn back on this size here for the pen pressure. I think I like that a bit better, because then the ends can be just a little bit smaller. Maybe even make the size just a little bit bigger, so I don't have to press down quite as hard. So in some of my sculpts, the hair is taken like longer than sculpting the face. In this, I don't think it's going to take longer, because I'm getting through it pretty quickly. But if you have very detailed hair, it could definitely take a while. And after I add these hair strands, I'm probably going to go back over it and maybe add some more creases or just add some more details. Do things to the edges of the hair. Like, for example, what I could do is go to one of these crease brushes, like maybe the crease sharp brush, and I could go along here and kind of crease this in. And you can see that just adds a lot more depth to the hair because the creases are going back in. I could also just go along here and add little creases. Like along here, add little creases here. So I'll probably do this at the end, but I'm just kind of showing you how I would do it right now. Maybe crease this in a bit more in between the hair, because it adds a lot more depth to the hair and makes it go back in. So I think it looks pretty nice. All right, I'm going to go back to the clay strips brush and just continue this. Maybe have some hair like overlapping other hair strands like that. So it kind of looks like there's like some layers of hair. Almost finished here with getting in all the main hair shapes. So I think I got in pretty much all the main hair shapes, but I definitely want to add more details. So I'm just going to be going along here and just refining things, adding more detail where I think it needs it, thickening up the hair in some spots. So again, this is definitely just going to be a long process. When I'm not like recording, this would definitely be the kind of thing where I just like, turn on some music or, an audiobook or a podcast or something and get through it. It is fun, but it is a bit tedious and it takes a long time. Right now I am listening to like lo-fi music. I listen to a lot of lo-fi. Lo-fi and chill hop are like my two favorite genres of music. I listen to, lots of lo-fi and chill hop, specifically like the Lo-Fi Girl YouTube channel and the Chill Hop YouTube channel. And then right here, we could also add some bigger hair strands to make it look like those hair strands are like coming down and then ending. So like this, add some bigger ones here. And then if I go to the grab brush, I'll just like pull these down a little bit. Oops. That one went back in. Let's bring this down, this down. There's a few spots here and there that I think could be filled in, or just the hair could be a bit stronger. Because like kind of like right here, that kind of feels a little bit too empty. So I'm just going to go along here in some spots that I think I missed. Let's take a look at the entire character, see how it's looking. All right. And I probably should spend more time like here on towards the front, because where the front is, that's where, we're mainly going to see the character in the renders. So it would be better. It would be better to probably focus on, putting more of my time into these details, and then I can just do the other details at the end, but they're not nearly as important. So I definitely want to make some more details here because these hair strands are really big. I want to kind of break it up and add more like smaller details. So I'm just going to go along here, adding little bits of details here and there, kind of overlapping the hair. Maybe having another one overlap here. This one can overlap like this. And because the symmetry is turned off, it is going to take longer because I'm going to have to go to the other side and add like similar details. but it'll look more natural because the hair isn't the same on either side. Yeah, so right here, there's just all these giant hair strands, and there are some big hair strands like right here, but I do want to break that up, maybe make it a bit more wobbly, just make it look a bit more interesting. So I'm gonna like add other layers of hair over the top of it. Make it going in different directions just to make it more interesting. And then let's go to the crease sharp. And I'll just crease in some of these to add more interest and to make it actually feel more like hair, to make it kind of give the effect of hair strands. I'm just going to go along these bigger areas. Just kind of crease it in. Yeah, I really wonder why when I push right here, it sometimes like it acts way too strong. Like it did it right here. Let's see if it does it. Yeah, it does it right here. I don't know why. I would be very interested to know why. Maybe someone can let me know in the comments if they know why. Like there, it just did it again. It's like really strong. It feels to me like a bug, but maybe it's not a bug. It just feels like the brush randomly gets a lot stronger. But it only seems to happen on the sides here, which is making me think that it's maybe a problem with Blender and not, you know, like a drawing tablet issue. Or maybe it's just that the mesh is so thin here. It's not that thin though. So yeah, I don't know why. So as you can see, the hair is extremely detailed, and so this is why I was saying that like some of my characters, the hair took longer than sculpting the face, which I do find a bit boring, to be honest. It's just not as fun. I don't find it super hard, but it just gets a little bit tedious, and I just don't find it as interesting because I'm not sculpting, you know, the actual character, like the eyes and the nose and what really makes up the, you know, the facial features of the character. I'm going to increment the save just in case I want to go back to something. But the main reason I use the incremental save is when I'm doing like a large change, like when I pose the character, or when I'm doing some big changes to maybe the facial features to try to give it more likeness. Probably don't really need to increment the save at this point with the hair, because I'm just kind of adding in more details, but there's nothing major that I'm changing to it. There's definitely a few spots here that I think are a bit too empty. So if I go to the clay strips brush, I'm just going to try adding a bit more. Because there's a few spots like right here. This looks pretty empty. So let's maybe fill this in, fill this in. Okay, so taking a look at this from the front, I do think that the face or the top of the head is a little bit flat. See how much round this is, and this is kind of flat? So I'll just use the hair to fix this by going to the grab brush and just kind of pulling it up a little bit. And then this I can push in a little bit. So the top of the head is a bit more round. So I already think that looks quite a bit better. All right. So yeah, I feel like this part of the process is kind of the thing where like you could always just keep on adding more and more details. Like at what point do you get to the point where you're like, okay, it's finished, it's perfect? Because you could just keep adding all these little details, just like perfecting every little hair strand. So at some point I'm just going to have to call it, close enough and just finish it. Because definitely like if you're a perfectionist, you could just spend hours on this. I've already been sculpting for like over 20 minutes. I definitely have filled in a lot of things, but there's so many little details I could add. Like if I go back to the crease sharp, just adding all these little creases to kind of define the shapes and just add a little more details, like adding little creases in here to make it look like hair strands. So I think I will finish pretty soon, because at this point, this isn't adding a whole lot to the character. So I'm only going to add so many details. But if I am going to prioritize my time, I should definitely focus on adding more details to the front, because that's where you're going to see the hair more. So I'm just taking a look at it from farther away, seeing how I like it. And honestly, I think I'm just going to stop here. Because this is a pretty decently, pretty detailed hair. Maybe just a few spots here and there. I'll just add a little bit more detail. But at this point, you know, I don't feel like it's adding that much to the character. It looks pretty decent from the front. So I think I'll call that good. All right, let's go back to object mode. Save the project again. So now what I want to do is I want to add the cloth here. So for this, and we take a look at the side view. For this, I'll go to the add menu, and I think I'll just add some kind of primitive objects to start off with. So maybe I'll just add a cube, scale the cube down, and I'll start to model this bit of cloth. So we'll go to the side, take a look at this from the side, scale it down. Let's apply the scale. And in edit mode, I'm going to extrude it and scale it. All right. We're just going to have like a bit of cloth here. Almost like he has, I don't know, a robe or something. Kind of coming over his shoulder. So I'm just like box modeling this with the mouse. I'm not really using my tablet for this. All right. So I'm going to hit like Control 2 to add a subdivision surface. Let's turn up the subsurf quite a bit and apply that. Let's make sure the scale is applied, and we'll go into sculpt mode. And we'll remesh this a bit more than that. Okay, so now what I want to do is I just want to find the larger shape. So I don't want to think about all these tiny little details. I want to think about the larger shapes, like this big shape here, this big shape here. So I'll use the grab brush and just start to pull this around. Like that. Bring this over. So the sculpting process is pretty much going to be the same, where I first add the larger details, not even the details, just add the larger forms, and then start to add smaller details on top, because you want to get the base down. All right, so bringing that over, so it looks like it's resting on his shoulder. Let's maybe bring this up a little bit, bring this down a bit. And then because it's stretched a bit, I can just remesh that again. Let's now go to the clay strips brush. And I'm going to start by just adding in kind of the larger details. So I'm thinking about, you know, this detail here, kind of the larger forms. There's also this big crease here. And as you can see, it's pretty low poly still, so it's easy to move around everything. There's like a lot of stuff here. It kind of looks like it comes in from one point and kind of comes out. So I'll probably try to add that in later. Let's maybe increase the remesh value a little bit, because it does feel a bit low for what I'm doing right now. I want to kind of smooth this and round it. It's a little bit lumpy right now. So maybe I'll go to the clay strips and just kind of push it back in. Maybe turn the size sensitivity off for the pen pressure. And I'm going to push that in, holding our control, and then pull it out a little bit and smooth it to kind of make that edge nice and smooth. And then smooth this out. I think the strength is a little bit too high. So there's this kind of big part here, which kind of gets larger as it comes out. So I think I'll try to add that. So I'll make it smaller here, and then I'll make it larger and larger as it goes farther away. And it's going to be quite big over here. And then right here, you can definitely see this looks more like a marble, like a piece of marble rather than cloth, because it kind of cuts off and it looks chunky. But that is very cool because it looks like marble. But I'm not sure if I want to add that because I think it makes more sense to have it go down. I don't know. It kind of looks like a marble sculpture, but chunks of it have fallen off. So I'm not sure if I want to add it or not. Maybe I will add it. It does look cool, but you know, real fabric would kind of come down farther. I think I also need to go to the grab brush and pull this down so it's on his shoulder, so it's not floating. I'm going to go to one of the crease brushes. I guess I'll go to the crease sharp, and I'm going to crease this here so that there's a clear difference between these two bits of cloth. Crease this down, all right. So at this point, I'm trying to create like two larger forms for the fabric. And I could remesh this because sometimes things get a bit stretched. All right, bring this down. I think I'll look at this from the side. So the details that I don't want to add right now are all of these little things. I'll add these later. So right now I just want to focus on the main form. So I definitely want to bring this out and make it higher up. There's also this bigger form here, which at this point I'm kind of running out of room. Now I'm not concerned with getting the fabric exactly the same. Like I don't need to sculpt every single like fold exactly the same as the reference. I just want to get something close, but the folds can be in different spots. But generally I like having these like larger bits here. There's kind of like this larger bit here. So I'm going to add that there. I'll definitely make this a bit longer or a bit larger. All right, and then smooth it. I can even push this back in a little bit if I want to be a little bit more flat. And then maybe I'll go to the crease polish and holding down Control, I'll pinch this to kind of pinch the fabric. So it's not so round and lumpy, the shape is more defined. So I'll go to the back here and pinch that. Let's go to the grab brush. I need to pull this down. So it looks like it's going around his shoulder. Make this a bit sharper. There we go. Bring this down a little bit and bring it inside the character. Back to the clay strips. I'll just kind of fill this in. We could even go a little bit higher poly and remesh. It's sort of like how with the hair I added more detail pretty quickly. I don't really mind adding more detail quickly with something like this, like fabric. I think I will just have this go down. I'm not really that interested in making this big part which is cut off. I kind of want to make it look more like it's actual fabric going all the way down and then it ends at the bottom. So I'm going to adjust that from the reference. All right, kind of want to refine the shape, so I'll go back to the crease polish, polish this, sharpen that there, sharpen that edge there. So it doesn't really look like fabric right now because it doesn't have any like folds or anything. We just have the major forms, just the main shapes. I want to flatten this out a bit more, so I'm just going to use the smooth brush and just press down hard. I forgot to turn on my screencast keys again. What I may want to do is just turn it on and then save the Blender preferences, so that way whenever I make a tutorial it's already on. But then when I just working it on my own project, it would be turned off. So maybe I'll do that. I even have like a recording checklist for things to make sure. Like I check the audio to make sure the audio sounds good, to make sure there isn't any like, I don't know, background noise or things that I forgot about. And in my recording checklist, I have a little reminder to turn on the screencast keys, but I just totally forgot. Okay, so I'm going to start to add a bit more detail now. Let's go to maybe the draw brush. I'm going to add this, so you can see there's like this part here which goes in. So I'm going to add that to make it look more like fabric, which is kind of folded around. All right. And I like this bit here where there's kind of this fold and then it kind of ends. Although this part here has something going over the top of it. So maybe I'll add that by going to the clay strips and trying to add something on top. Like that. And then I can go to the crease, crease sharp, and kind of crease this in. So it looks like there's another kind of piece of fabric going over the top of this one. Go to the clay strips, and I'm just going to cover that over the top. There we go. Push that down, make it a bit more subtle. Let's go to the crease polish, and I'll kind of pinch this out on the edge again to make it look like the edge of the fabric. Crease that in there. And let's go to the clay strips, and I want to add this bit here. I kind of like that. It looks cool, so I'm going to try to add it. So I'm going to add like 3 like bits here. So this one, and this one. And then we'll go to the crease sharp, and I'll crease around it. Crease around here. Maybe flatten the tops a little bit. I'll go to the crease polish and just kind of crease this in again. So it's more distinct shapes. So you can tell the different pieces of fabric apart from each other. I'll just have this go all the way to the bottom. I can also pinch this out like that. So it looks like a thick piece of fabric over the top. All right. Flatten that on the top there. Clay strips brush again. And then this part here kind of comes to a point, which I think is kind of cool. So let's just add that. So I'll go up here, kind of bring this out, have a bit on the top, which kind of comes up. I can also just start to add more kind of folds and details on the top or the surface of the fabric. I can go to the crease sharp and add like some little folds or creases here and there. Take a look down here, and I think I want to break this up into like 2 pieces, or at least a fold in the middle. We'll do another big crease here in the middle. And I can go to the crease polish and kind of sharpen that. Sharpen the edges, kind of pop out the edges. So I'm going to hold down Control and kind of pop out the edges just to define the shape a bit more. And I'm going to want to add something on the other side. I don't know what this is in the reference, but I'm not a big fan of it. I don't really know what it is. I'm probably not going to add it. So I could go probably to the crease sharp brush again and crease this in even more. So it almost looks like it's going back in. See how this looks really deep? So I think I want to try to add that. I think I'll go to the clay strips brush, just kind of pop out a few of these forms. And then I'll go to maybe like the draw sharp and crease that in. I definitely could remesh it, so increase the remesh value and remesh it right there, because that was getting very low poly and it was just hard to add in details. So now we have quite a bit more details. I can kind of smooth it and kind of flatten out these areas on the top which I think definitely looks nice. Crease this in. Flatten this. With this crease here, I want to kind of smooth out the starting of it because I don't like how it looks just ending abruptly. So I'm going to smooth this out, but then just when it goes farther down, I want to just smooth out the edges, but kind of keep that crease. And since we have higher topology now, I can kind of crease that in a bit more. All right, so I'm just kind of smoothing out these forms to kind of flatten them. I'm almost using the smooth brush sort of like a flatten brush. There is a flatten brush, but I usually like to use the smooth brush better. Crease that, smooth that. And here on the side, I could definitely smooth this out and just sharpen up that edge. Maybe crease this around here. So I'm going to make this kind of folding over the other one to make it look like it's overlapping. And right here we have a bunch of little things, like a bunch of little folds. So I'll try to add some of that. Maybe I'll start by pushing this in and then pulling this out. So it looks separate. It looks like there's a fold there. Maybe do the same thing here. All right, go to the draw sharp, crease that. All right, so I'm about an hour, not quite, but getting there to about an hour. So I'm going to end this session here and I'll continue on later. All right, so I'm going to continue to add more folds to the fabric here. So I'm going to have this bit kind of go along here and kind of be separate, kind of like a separate piece. Just adding a crease here. And then I think what I'll do is go to the clay strips and kind of fold this over so that it looks like this is a piece folding over the other piece. All right, so I'll add that there and then smooth it. Go to the crease polish, kind of crease that in and on the other side. I think here I'll do kind of a similar thing. So go to the clay strips, just kind of pop that out. So it kind of feels separate as this. So that these two folds are a bit more separate. It's still the same piece of fabric, but they're just like layers which are folded over each other. Like that. Now what you can also do is go to like the draw sharp brush and you could add a crease kind of coming out instead. If you want to make it look like it's popping up a little bit. kind of have a fold, but it's kind of pinching instead of going back in. You can have a fold that's pinching out. All right, I'm going to do the other side. I'm not sure if I'll come back to this or not. I might try to add some more detail, but I'm gonna do one on the other side. So I'll go back to object mode. I'm gonna hit Shift C to center the 3D cursor, and I will add a cube. Scale the cube down, bring it down like this. We'll put it along the other side there of the character. Let's rotate it. Scale it in. And this one I'm definitely going to have be quite a bit smaller. So in wireframe I can select this side and just extrude it. Rotate it over like that. But this one's definitely going to be smaller, so you won't be able to see as much of it. Okay, so just modeling it like that kind of around the character. So I'm now going to add like a subdivision surface modifier. Let's add a few loop cuts to kind of sharpen some things up a little bit. And that's good enough for a base sculpt, just for like a base object. So I'll apply the subdivision surface. I'm going to apply the rotation scale. We'll go into sculpt mode, and I will now remesh it so the topology is even. Let's see, I want to remesh it quite a bit more. Okay, that's good. Now I can go back to my drawing tablet, and I'll go to the grab brush, make my brush bigger, and we'll pop the top up a little bit. We'll bring this down, bring this out a little bit. So I don't want it to be too far out, because it is just fabric, so I want it to be pretty close to the character. Bring this out a little bit. Go to the clay strips brush, need to take a look at my reference. So probably for this one, the front view is going to be the best. And I'll just start to add the big shapes. So maybe push this in, push that out on the edge. And I can also take a look at this fabric or even grab some other fabric references, because there's not actually a whole lot of detail there on that fabric. So I might need to kind of make up some of my own folds and things. I think I will increase the remesh value even more, because with something like fabric, I kind of just want to add these big, it's kind of like when I'm sculpting hair, I want to add these big forms and then just smooth them. It's definitely different from sculpting like the anatomy. All right. I can also crease some of these just to have it pop out more. So I'll go to the draw sharp brush or the crease sharp. Kind of add the crease there, add a crease there, and right here. And I can push this out by holding down Control and then smoothing it, just kind of popping out that form there. All right. I'm actually pretty happy with how that's turning out. I'm not concerned about getting an extremely detailed fabric or anything. This just complements the character's head, but really the character's head was the main focus. I'm not hugely interested in sculpting a super detailed fabric, but I might just make it like fold a little bit more, kind of round it a little bit. So as it looks a little bit more interesting. And then I could also do Alt-Q to jump over to the character's head again. And I could kind of push this in here, like that, with the clay strips, and then smooth it to kind of flatten it to make it look more like a bust sculpture. So kind of like the edge there is flat. I like how that looks a little bit better. All right, I can hit Alt-Q again to go back to this object. And I'm gonna just bring it out a little bit more. All right. Bring this down. Maybe bring it in a little bit. And something else which you could do is you could take the original reference and drop it here, and then you could just take a look at it. Because at this point, now that we've kind of sculpted in all the details and everything, we could maybe look at the real reference and just see how it looks like, see how the lighting looks and things, and just see how the surface looks a bit more. So I'm going to add some more details. I'll go to the crease sharp, crease this in a little bit, crease some of these areas out. Just adding more details to the folds of the fabric. I'm not a huge fan of this kind of like waving back and forth, so I think I'll try to actually straighten it a little bit. Thought it would make it more interesting, but didn't really like how it's looking. Go back to the clay strips. I'm just going to try to straighten this a little bit and then smooth it. And we could also go to the crease polish and just do some pinching. Just pinch in the fabric a little bit, pinch in the creases, pinch that in there. All right, so I am now going to start to pose the character. So I will go File, increment the save. So we have just a separate one. So if we want to go back to it, we can. And what I'm now going to do is let's go to object mode, and I want to make sure I select this object. So what I'm going to do is use the mask. So we're going to basically mask it out and then rotate the head, and then we'll unmask it. Let's go to sculpt mode. So hit M for the mask brush. I'm going to make my brush bigger. We're just going to mask. Oh, that was the wrong brush. Hit M for the mask brush. We're going to make our brush bigger. And I'm just going to go along here and just mask this out. So now that I've masked that out, I'm going to hit Control I. So Control I is going to invert the selection. So now everything else is masked, but you can see right here, it's white. And then I'm also going to hold down the Shift key and just kind of try to smooth the mask a little bit, but it already is pretty smooth. All right, so now what I'm going to do is hit T to open up the side panel, and I'm going to go to the Rotate tool. And what I'm going to do is go to Top View, and you can see I can rotate this, and it's going to rotate the mask. Now there's a problem, and that is that it's still using the mirror. So what I need to do is turn off the symmetry, and now I can just take the blue one here, which is the Z, and I can just rotate this. Now you can see I didn't get the mask quite right because I didn't actually mask out the back of the head, so I'll hit Control Z to undo that. So what I can do is hit / to go into local view, and now what I can do is hit M again for the mask brush, and I'm just going to mask all of this out. So that was because I already had the hair masked out, so I just need to make sure I mask all of that. All right, mask all of that there. Okay, so now I can hold down the Shift key and blur the mask a little bit, because if the mask is blurred, it'll just be quite a bit more smooth, a smoother transition. So I'm going to blur that quite a bit, try to blur the mask a lot. And now I'll go back over here to the rotate brush. And then one more thing I can do to make it a little bit more accurate when I'm rotating this is I can click on Sculpt, and I can go here to Set Pivot. And what I can do is click on Pivot to Mask Border. And so you can see it's going to detect that here's the mask border, so it's going to be in the very center of where the neck is. So now when I rotate this, you can see it's going to rotate right in the center there. All right, so I'm going to rotate this over a little bit. So what I want to do instead of rotating the head is rotate the mask, and so the head is still going to be straight. So the head is still going to be symmetrical. That way, like, the hair and the eyes will be where they are. They won't get messed up. But I can just move the neck rotation, and that way he looks like he's looking this way. And already that feels a lot more dynamic. It just is a lot more interesting, even with just a small rotation. And I don't want to rotate it a whole lot, so I'm just going to rotate it a little bit, kind of like that. And already I just think that looks way more interesting, but I think that might be rotated a little bit too much. So I'm just trying to kind of play around with this and see what I like. But yeah, something like that I think is pretty good. So now if I go to front view, you can see it's just rotated a little bit. All right, but we can continue to do things to break the symmetry to make it look more interesting. So I'm gonna hit Alt M. Alt M is gonna clear the mask. And now let's go to the grab brush. I can make my brush nice and big. We can just kind of pull around the sculpt. So I can pull this around, because if his head is rotating, his neck muscles are gonna be moved a bit. We can also like pull this down, pull this shoulder up, just to look interesting and different. And what you can also do is you can go to the clay strips brush, and you can actually add more to that muscle there. So this muscle would be a little bit more stretched because he's rotating that way. So I can just add a little bit more geometry there and smooth it, just to make it look like, you know, he's turning his head a bit and the muscles are actually changing their shape a little. All right, and then this, you can see it looks a little bit weird right here. So because he's rotating this is going to be a little bit thicker because the muscle is contracting together. All right. This is what's nice also about still keeping it a little bit low poly, is we definitely can kind of work with this and play around with it. So like this here, it looks a little bit weird. Now this is, I would say this is a higher poly, but it's not extremely high poly. Like it still is adaptable. We can still play around with it. It's just a little bit harder. We kind of have to smooth things out a lot more, but it is manageable. All right. So if there's any weird shapes like this shape here, I can kind of fill this in and then smooth it. You can also go to the grab brush and kind of pull things around. So I just want to make it look like his neck is naturally rotating. Back to the clay strips. I can just kind of shape this how I want. Maybe fill this in a little bit. And then we'll smooth it. Maybe I could sharpen this up a little bit. So I'll smooth that. And then I can go to the crease polish and let's see, hit Control Z, zoom in a bit closer, make my brush a bit smaller, and I kind of crease that out. There we go. Crease that out, just so it's a bit sharper. Okay, so I'm going to go back to object mode, and I'm going to hit Alt-H, actually / to go out of local view. So you can see the eyes and the hair looks fine where it is, but we do need to rotate this around or move these pieces. So I'm going to bring it up. Let's rotate it. All right. So probably what I should have done, because I wasn't using a mirror modifier, is I should have sculpted this cloth after I posed it. So I should have posed it first, then added the cloth, because I'm not mirroring the cloth over to the other side. But it's pretty easy just to put it back into place. So we'll rotate this, bring it over, bring it in. All right. And I'm just going to get it pretty close. And then what I can do is go back to sculpt mode. So we'll go to sculpt mode, grab brush, make the brush really big. And I can just, put this where I want. So bring this up a little bit, bring this down a little bit. So I'm just going to place this to fit the pose. Okay, so I can now hit Alt-Q over here, and I can do the same thing. So pull this up a little bit, pull this over a little bit. But this one was pretty close to where I wanted it. All right, so already he looks a lot more interesting because he's kind of looking over. I just think that looks a lot better. But we can also play around with the expression here and make it look different. So I can hit Alt-Q, and I can play around with like the eyes, the eyelids, the eyebrows. I could change the expression a little bit of the face just so that it looks a bit different on each side. So maybe bring this down. Maybe I'll bring one side of the mouth up a little bit. And even just these slight things, I think, really make the character look more interesting. So one of the eyelids can be bigger. One of the eyelids, maybe he can be looking down a little bit. Also, changing the eyebrows can really help. So just making the eyebrows slightly different. All right, I think that already looks quite a bit better. So it's not symmetrical. It actually feels more like a sculpt now because he's looking over this way. This side and this side are different. Now the hair is different. So we've just been doing a lot of things to break the symmetry without having to, manually sculpt the entire thing by hand. So we're just breaking the symmetry now. All right. So I'm going to go back to the layout here, and I'm going to just shade everything smooth. Let's just say shade that smooth. And I can just increment the save again. So save incremental. So now we have just a backup of this. And in the main view, I'm going to go to the side panel here, go to view, change the focal length to 100, and then also change the matte cap to the one that I like for sculpting. And then what I can do is go to the drop down and I can turn on cavity, and I'll turn it to both. So change it to both here. And then I can turn the ridge and the valleys down just to make it pretty subtle. But it just kind of pops out the shapes, makes it look a bit more interesting. And then also I can turn on shadow, which I really like turning this on. And I can click on the gear and click on the direction and just make the shadow come from the top. All right, so that just really pops out the character. I can also hide the floor here. It just makes it look a lot better adding that shadow. You can see here it is before and after. So it just kind of gives like a fake lighting. So really starting to come together. I like how that's looking. So the sculpting is done. So I've just pushed my drawing tablet over here to the side. And so now what I'm going to do is set up some lighting and materials. So I'm first going to be appending in a procedural material, which I've already created. So what I'm going to do is file and click on append. And so I'm in the project files of my female marble bust statue, and I'm going to be adding in this material that I've pre-made because I don't want to make the entire material again. There's no point in doing that when I've already made it, but I will kind of show you how I made it and kind of break it down. So I can go to the material and let's see, I think I'll just add all 3 of these and then click on append because I might want to use them. So now what I'll do is select everything, all the objects, we'll go to the materials, we're going to add the marble material, and then what I'll do is hit Control L and we're going to link the material so they all have the same material. All right, so I'll go into the rendered viewport mode to see how this is looking. All right, so we have a marble material on the object. Let's go to the shading workspace. Now this was actually like a marble material from my Ultimate Blender Procedural Material Pack, so it's something that I did make in a tutorial, but I'd ungrouped the node group because I wanted to play around with things and just kind of customize it. So I just decided to ungroup it so I had like very, very customizable control of the entire material. But what I can do is play around with things, like I can change the scale. So I do think that the scale is a little bit too big. So I can turn the scale down, maybe just like a 0.1 or a 0.2. But I do want to break down the material and kind of show you how I created it. Now, why all of these values are here is because in Blender version 5.2, if you ungroup a node group, it's going to keep all the custom values. So I added a noise texture. You can see here's the noise settings, and I used the object coordinates. And then I distorted that noise texture with another noise texture. So you can see by distorting these 2 noise textures, now we get this effect here. And you can see the settings that I used here. And then also, like for example, have the scale. Let me just drag this over here. So we have the scale for this one. We also have like the details too. So you can see I'm using like a value of 10. So we have the noise texture, and then we have another noise texture. So we're getting this look here. Then I put that through a color ramp to kind of make it darker, and then I put it through a mix color to add 2 colors. And so here's the 2 colors that I have. So I have like 2 kind of slightly yellowish colors, but they're pretty gray. Then I put that through another mix, and I just blend it with this color. So this can basically be used as a factor to make it just one solid color or a lot of color. So I just like to play around with that. And then I put this through a hue saturation value. This is to just like make it brighter and darker in a node group. And then what I did is added an ambient occlusion, and I put the ambient occlusion into color B of a multiply, and then the other just regular color into color A. So I can preview the multiply. And so now I have this factor, which is going to add the ambient occlusion. And so that makes like the creases and crevices a bit darker, and it really pops out the character. So I put that under the base color. Let's add some quick lighting. So I'm going to go here to the world properties. I have the easy HDRI add-on, and I do have a tutorial showing you how to use it. If you want to check it out, the link is in the description, but I'll click on create world node. So we have some lighting. All right. So you can see I turned the roughness to 0.4. I also have the subsurface scale and the subsurface color, just like that. So there's a little bit of subsurface kind of going through the marble statue. But then what I could do is like play around with this factor here. And so this will add like more of the color variation or less. And then I could also go over here to the noise texture, and I could actually go here to the scale, and maybe I'll turn the scale up to like a 0.2, maybe like a 0.15, just kind of playing around with this. So now what I'm going to do is let's hit end, open up the side panel. I'll go to view, and I'll turn the focal length to 100. So I can just see what it looks like with 100. Also, I'm going to do a few more things in the render properties. So I'll go to the color management. I'll use filmic and very high contrast, and that just looks a lot nicer. And then on the film tab, I can turn on the transparent button so the background is transparent. Then I'll go to the add menu, and I'm going to add a camera, and I'll move the camera, I don't know, maybe right here, maybe over here, something like this, and I'll hit Control Alt Numpad 0 to bring the camera to my view. I can also click right here on the overlays and hide the floor and the grid. All right. And then if I go here to the output, I'm going to set the resolution to 1920 by 1920. So it's a square image. And also if I go to the camera settings, I'm going to turn the focal length to 100. So it kind of zooms it in. And then I can also hit Control B and add a camera boundary like that. And I'm just going to zoom the camera out a bit so that I can see the entire sculpture. And this is definitely a good time to actually pull up the reference, because you can now actually look at everything, kind of see how it actually looks like being a real marble sculpture. And then I might want to play around with the material a little bit more. So for example, I could turn the factor all the way up of the ambient occlusion here. So the ambient occlusion is a bit darker. I can also definitely play around with the lighting. So if I go to here to the world properties, I'm just going to use the easy HDRI add-on to quickly switch between different HDRIs. I actually really like that one, how there's like some strong bold lighting coming down. So usually whenever I'm doing a sculpt or really any, procedural material or whatever, I'll like scroll through these and just try to figure out something that looks good. I could go maybe with something like this, because that's pretty, even. It's not like super sharp in any one area. And then what I could do is turn the sky strength down. So this one is the Kloppenheim 06 1K HDRI from Polyhaven. So I'll try this one, but I might go back and play around with some other lighting setups. So for example, I could make the sky strength maybe just like a 0.4. So now we just have some nice overall lighting. I also do think that difference in the colors is a bit strong. I could also like drag this color ramp around to make it a little bit less contrasted. And then for these colors, I could also make them a little bit more colored, because in the reference here, you can see this marble is actually, pretty colored. It's a little bit more of a yellow color. Of course, the lighting will affect that as well, but I could just make it a bit more saturated. All right, I can also try playing around with the roughness, making it more rough or more smooth. So that's like very shiny, but that's definitely going to be too shiny. I could also put a value into the roughness if I wanted to, and that way some of it would be a little bit more rough and other parts would be a bit more shiny. So maybe I'll try that. So maybe I'll take this color ramp and I'll put this into the roughness and I'll delete this roughness value. But then what I'll do is search for a color ramp, drop the color ramp right here. And so we can now use this color ramp to play around with the roughness. But I think before I do this, I need to add some more lights. So let's go to the add menu and I'm going to add like an area light. And when I'm doing lighting, I first like to try adding the area lights. I mean the rim lights. I want to add the rim lights first if I do want to add rim lights, which for most scenes like this, I think it does work really well to add rim lights. I think rim lights look pretty good on a character like this. So I'm going to change the square to ellipse, and then I can stretch it out or stretch it down, scale it up. I can also make the color maybe slightly blue, so it looks slightly more cold. And I can actually go back to the layout. I don't really need to be in the shading window right now. And what I could also do is split the window here. So let me just click and drag over, split the window. And then this window, I can make it in the rendered view. So let me just turn off these overlays. So this one can just be in the, the rendered view. But then this one I can move around and I can rotate. And I can just place the lights where I want. And then it's going to show up right here. I'll kind of rotate that and then let's turn the power up so it's a bit stronger. So rim lights really just kind of show the shape of the character. You can kind of clearly see like the cheekbone and things. So I really like using rim lights. Maybe add another rim light over here on this side. I can rotate the rim lights. Maybe make it a bit stronger. And I can play around with the X size and the Y size. Now another really cool trick, which I often like to do, is select one of the lights and go to the constraint properties. And you can add track to, and then you can track it to the target object, which is going to be this object here, so our sculpt. Now when I move this around, I can quickly move it around, and I don't know why I have snapping turned on, I'm going to turn that off, but now I can quickly move this around, and we can just see it updating over here. So that's really cool. It's just a very easy way to kind of move it around with it always pointed. So I think I'll do that for the other one. So I'll go to the constraints, track to, we're going to track it to the character's head, and now I can just kind of move it around. The problem with the track to though is that if I do want it to be a bit lower, I would need to actually kind of untrack it if I wanted this to be lower. So sometimes if you want very custom controls, you want to turn it off. So the rim light definitely shows the shape of the face. All right, so now I'll duplicate this light again, bring it up here because we want like a main light, and I will get rid of the X, Y, and Z size, or just the X and Y size, so that it's a circle, and I'll scale it up a bit. And for the color, I think I'll go with a warm color. Now this is pretty common, like I do this a lot with my sculpts. I do some of them blue and some of them warm. And why I choose to use slightly blue lights or slightly yellow lights is because those are very natural colors. So in the real world, you're not gonna see some weird green light like naturally. Maybe an LED light or something could be lit like this, but in the real world with natural lighting, with like sunlight or just a regular light bulb, or, you know, a skylight, like an evening sunset or things like that, you're usually going to see warm colors or cool colors. So this looks very natural. Maybe it just looks like some daylight coming in through a window. And this looks like very warm colors, like maybe this is, you know, candlelight or something. But if I do like a weird green or a weird red, it looks very like techie and sci-fi. And so if I want to make it look more natural, like a bust sculpture, I'm going to keep the nature colors, kind of the colors of natural light. So I'm going to make this kind of a orange. And I can try over here on this side. That's pretty cool. I could also try it over here on this side. I think I like this side better. I can also try it like higher and lower. So just play around with it and just try things. This is what I do when I'm sculpting, when I'm you know, creating a sculpture, rendering a sculpture. This is what I do. So I thought maybe this video would be helpful to some people to just see kind of my process, how I move the lights around, how I pose things. However, since I've already created quite a few of these, and I have been using Blender for about 10 years now, you know, I have a lot of experience, so I kind of know kind of an idea. I kind of have an idea for what might work, but sometimes the lighting just doesn't look good, so I just like massively change the lights, move things around, change the colors. I think I want to make the light though a little bit more orange. Now what you could do is you could also use the temperature instead of the color. So I could change the temperature. So when you buy light bulbs or buy some kind of light, it'll often show the like temperature value. So you can see there's a cooler light and there's a warmer light. I like the warmer lights. I find the blue, kind of the blue LEDs to be pretty annoying, kind of irritating to the eyes. So I always buy like warmer lights. So something like that. I really like those colors, kind of the blue as the rim light. So it kind of feels cold, and the warm color right here. All right. And then you can also just drag the exposure, which will very quickly make it very bright or less bright. So you can do that if you want to. And I do like kind of the light from above. I think that looks a bit more natural, because usually we're not going to see lights way down here. Maybe like a fireplace would be down here, but you know, usually lights are going to be more from above, like from a window or from the sky. So I think it makes sense to just have a light up here. Also, if there's lighting in a room, it would make sense that, you know, we have lights usually on the ceiling. And then the other thing which you could do is you could duplicate the white light one more time, but you could add a fill light. So we have the rim lights, the main light, and then a fill light. And so this is a basic like 3-point lighting setup. So I'm just going to bring this here. Let's just turn the power down. So for a fill light, I definitely wouldn't want it to be super bright, but a fill light can kind of fill some of the shadows. So you can see here it is like before and after. So you can see there's like some shadows here. So with the fill light, it just kind of fills those shadows a little bit. However, shadows are just as important as light areas, because if you don't have any shadows, you can't really see the depth of the character. So for example, if I just rotated this, made a giant light, and made it really bright like this, and just lit it up so you can see everything, and just like duplicated it and just like put this all around, that wouldn't look very good because it's kind of just blowing it out and there aren't any super deep shadows. So shadows are quite important, because like if there isn't this shadow here above the eyes, it doesn't have as much depth and doesn't feel like it has depth. So shadows are quite important. I could also try just getting rid of the HDRI. So this is what it looks like without the HDRI, and this is what it looks like with the HDRI. So sometimes it's kind of cool just to hide it, just to hide the HDRI from the view and just kind of see what it looks like without anything. So the HDRI right now is really kind of acting as a fill light, because here it is without it, and then here it is with it. So I definitely like that. So I think I'll just leave the HDRI how it is. Now what I can also do, if I want to play around with more HDRIs, is I can click on this button to add a fake user, and I can call this like HDRI1, or I could rename it this HDRI. So now what I can do is delete it, add a new world, create world nodes, and now what I can do is just keep on playing around with more HDRIs. So that's a pretty cool one. I actually like that one. It's the Small Hanger 02. I think it is a little bit too bright though. That's a pretty cool one. So this one is the hotel room, and the hotel room, you can see it has like all these different colors. There's like maybe like a yellow bed sheet. There's like kind of some blue colors, and there's a like a window. And so that actually looks really interesting. That just gives a lot of colors and things and reflections. So then what I could do is call this HDRI2 and also add a fake user. And now what I can do is just switch between these. So we have the first one and we have the second one. And so you can just play around with these. And then we can also do with the Easy HDRI add-on is you can rotate the HDRI, and you can check my tutorial on how to use the add-on if you want to like learn the shortcuts and things. But what I did in my Blender file is I set it to Control R. I can't remember if that's the default shortcut. I believe I customized it, so you can check out the tutorial that I made. But if I press Control R, I made the add-on so it rotates the HDRI. And what you could do real quick is just turn off the transparent here in the world. And then you can hit Control R and kind of rotate it, and you can see the HDRI rotating around. And so this is another great way just to light it. So let's go into the rendered view so I can see the HDRI. And what I could actually do is open up the side panel, go to view, and turn down the focal length so it's really small. So here's what the HDRI is looking like. And then I can hit Control R and I can rotate it. But what I'm really thinking at, what I really want to focus on is what is it actually going to look like on the character. So like this here, I don't really like that too much. It feels a little bit more blown out. That looks a little bit too dark. So I can just rotate this. Another thing you can do, just which might be a little bit easier for you, is to just drag this rotation value. So let me go back into solid view, and then I'll go back up here, turn on the transparent, go to the world properties. Let's just like make this full screen or make it a lot bigger. And now what I can do is just take this rotation value and I can just rotate it. So here's like -15, right? -48. I don't really like -73. That's like too blown out because I definitely like having some shadows. There's 180. That's a little bit too dark. I actually kind of like the default how it is because it looks a bit more blue over here and then more yellow over here. So now let's go back here to the shading and I'm going to play around with the material. So I'm just going to hide the overlays, make this smaller. And I can play around with the material. So for example, there's like the subsurface. I can play around with that if I want to. I can play around with the subsurface color. The subsurface is very subtle right now, but I do want it to be subtle because it's marble. So let's just bring these down here. And then I can play around with the color ramp. Let's drag this up here. And so with this color ramp here, if it's darker, you can see it's going to be very shiny, but that is of course way too shiny. If it's lighter, it's going to be more rough. So I think I'll make both of these a bit brighter. So that's like if the marble is fully rough, and now it doesn't really look that much like marble. It looks more like a hard stone. And marble should be kind of shiny. So I can play around with the white tab and the black tab and just kind of create the amount of shine that I want. Now in my reference, this is actually not a super shiny stone. It is a little bit shiny here and there. I do really like the shine though. I think it just makes it look more interesting. But that might be just a little bit excessive, so maybe I'll just drag these up a little bit. All right, that's maybe a little bit better. So it still is shiny, but not super shiny. I can also play around with this mix here, which blends between using a solid color or using, you know, the noise texture. I could also go here to the noise settings and maybe play around with like the details. That kind of gets rid of the color. Let me preview the noise texture. Actually, just preview the multiply here. See, if I turn the details up too much, it kind of just gets rid of it. Let me just turn it to like a 0.1. But yeah, I don't want to add too much detail. Maybe just like turn it up to like a 0.8. Now, one thing is that this has like a really strong shadow, so I might try to get that effect. So to get that effect, what I'd want to do is go back here to the layout. And what I want to do is bring this up to the top a little bit more and then make it a bit smaller. So if it's a small light, you can see the shadows are a lot stronger. See how strong the shadows are? But if I scale up the light, you can see it's going to look a lot more soft. So if I scale this down, that'll make the shadows a little bit sharper. And then what I could also do is go here to the world and turn the world down. And so you can see the shadows even better. So maybe I'll turn the world strength to like a 0.2 and then rotate this over a little bit. And that way it's just going to make a little bit more shadows. There's kind of a shadow here. There's kind of a shadow here under the nose. And so that just makes it look more dynamic because it's a bit sharper. So maybe I'll scale up a little bit because maybe I don't want it that strong. Maybe bring it up a little bit if it's too bright here, because if I drag this way down, you can see it looks blown out, and I definitely don't want it to be blown out. So another thing I'm thinking about is like how dark is the shadow and how light is the highlights. I don't want the shadow to be so dark that you can't see anything. So you can see even in the shadow, you can still see a little bit of the texture for most of it, but then the highlights is a bit bright, but it's not totally blown out. Whereas if this was way too close, it would just be blown out. If it was too far away, it just wouldn't really be that bright. So I'm kind of thinking about what's the lightest area and what's the darkest area, and just trying to find a nice balance. And I think you'll just get better with this. If you are kind of finding this hard, you'll just get better at it with lots of practice. So I also like to just give it a test render to see what it actually looks like as a final render. So I'm just going to give this a render. All right, so overall, I'm pretty happy with that. I like how it's turning out. Okay, so I'm going to close this side panel here. And the lighting I think is done for now. So what I'm going to do is kind of set up the scene to kind of add a cool scene to make it almost look like it's, you know, maybe sitting in a museum or something. Kind of like how I did for my other sculptures. Let's see, let's turn the focal length back to maybe just like, I don't know, 40 or something. 50 is the default, so I could just turn it back to 50, or I could just turn it back to 100 because 100 is how I'm rendering the sculpt. So maybe I'll just do that. All right, so I'm going to go to the add menu and I'm going to add a cube, and I'll bring the cube down. Go into edit mode, scale it like that, scale it up. All right, and then let's go here to the materials. Actually, not the materials, we want to go to the modifiers, and we're going to add a bevel modifier. We'll turn up the segments, and then we'll shade it smooth. And then we're also going to add the weight to normal modifier, which is going to kind of flatten those flat faces. All right, I'll bring this over, bring it in. Because I want to make it look like it's almost on a display, because it's like a marble sculpt. And then what we could also do is duplicate this, and then go into edit mode and scale it down, scale it up like this. And I could just put like a little piece here, like inside the sculpture. So in edit mode, I could select these vertices and drag them up, and then squish it down a little bit. I could even rotate it like this. And so this way, if I'm rendering it from different views, it'll kind of look like it actually has something to sit on. So maybe bring this up like that. And I can turn up the segments to make it higher resolution. Let's turn maybe these all the way up to like 7 or something. Just the edges are nice and smooth. All right, like that. So now it kind of looks like it actually could be, sitting on a table. So when I render this, you might see like that little bit there, but that way it won't look like it's floating. Because if it looks like it's floating, it's just not going to look that realistic. Now, if I want to scale this longer, if I try to scale it on like the x-axis, you can see it's not scaling correctly. So after I hit S to scale, if I hit X, I can then hit the X key twice, or the second time, and so now it's going to scale on its local axis. And what I can do is actually just change the transform orientations to local on default. So now I can just scale this on the x-axis, and it does it on the first try. So now I might just bring this back a little bit. Let's maybe bring these down because I don't need it that high. But just something like that, so it looks like the marble is actually kind of sitting on something. And this here, I think what I'll do is turn the amount down so it's a little bit smaller, maybe drag it down a little bit. And then what I could do is just add the same material. So this marble, I can drag and drop it onto here. Let's go into the rendered view. All right, and then for this ground here, or the table, I can add this table material. And so this is a material that I already made, but let me just show you how it is. So if I go to the shading workspace, here's the table. So it's very similar. So it has the noise textures, it has the colors. So this is very similar to the marble, but I just kind of played around with the colors and things and made it a little bit darker. But as you can see, it is very similar. It's almost the same material. All right, and then I want to add a background. So I'll go to the add menu, add a plane, and I can rotate the plane by 90 degrees. Let's bring it over. In edit mode, I can scale it way up, bring it back a bit. I don't want to make it excessively large, but just something like that. Now this is actually going to add some of the lighting. It's going to like do some reflections. So what I'm going to do is click on new, and you can see if it's brighter versus it being darker, it will affect the lighting a little bit because it's just going to reflect things. Now if you make it farther away, it won't affect things quite as much. But what I'm going to do is add this background material, which I already made. So this background material, again, is very similar. You can see it's like basically the same exact marble material, but I just played around with the colors and things. And so since it's a separate material, I can like drag this color, make this darker. But if I zoom into it, it still kind of looks like marble. We just zoom into it and preview the color. So you can see here it is. So here is the noise texture. So it just has a little bit of variation. I could even drag the factor back a little bit so it has more variation. But that's just going to add a little bit more visual interest because instead of it being super flat, it has a little bit of a texture. You can kind of see if I zoom in closely, there's just a little bit of a texture. But because it's so dark, it doesn't take away from the character. Because if it were like too bright, if this were like a really bright color, it just would kind of combat with the character. But if I make it darker, it just kind of fades away into the background as you can just focus on the character. I could also click here on the ground plane and I could try like turning up the roughness because you can see if I turn up the roughness, it's not going to reflect as much of those lights. So I can actually delete this roughness and I can just play around with the roughness here on the principled shader. So you can see if I turn the roughness now, if I turn the roughness up, it's not going to reflect so many of the lights. So I do like that a bit better. All right, just taking a look at this from different angles and things. But that way it's not so bright. And that's that way the character is nice and bright, but everything else is kind of dark. So I definitely like that. All right, and then we can also add a depth of field. So if I just select the camera, we'll go to the camera settings, and I want to add an object for the depth of field. So I'll just place the 3D cursor like right here, maybe where the eyes are, and I can go to the add menu and I can add an empty object. Just place it right there. All right, and then if I select the camera again, I can turn on depth of field, and I can click on the focus on object and choose the empty. Let's go into the rendered view to see how this is looking. So what I like to do when I'm adding a depth of field is first turn the f-stop way down. And so clearly now you can see it's way too strong. It almost looks like a miniature, and that's like a way too strong depth of field. And so now what I can do is just click here on the f-stop and just make it just big enough so that things in the background are more blurred, but things close up look good. So maybe like I could turn it to, I don't know, 1.5. Zoom in here. So you can see the ears are already starting to blur a little bit. So maybe I'll turn it to like a 2, but then the eyes are nice and crisp. And then regarding the eyes, there is something that I want to do, and that is that I want to add like a tiny little bit of a highlight to the eyes. Now we can't actually add a highlight because it's a marble sculpture, but what I can do is I can model or sculpt a little kind of highlight. So let's go back here to the layout. And what I'm going to do is go to sculpt mode. So I'll go from object mode to sculpt mode on this eye, and I'll zoom in, make my brush a bit smaller. And you can see the mirror modifier. It has a mirror modifier right now, but I don't actually want the mirror. So I'm just going to click on the drop down and just apply the modifier. And why I'm applying the mirror modifier is because like if I make the highlight right here, like let me just go to the draw brush. If I add the highlight right over here on this side, then it would also be over here on this side. But what I want to do is have the highlight be on the same side on both sides. So either the left side or the right side on both eyes. And then another thing that I want to do is rotate the eyes over. So what I'm going to do is go into edit mode, and I'll go to wireframe, and I'll just box select this eye and delete it. All right, so now we just have this one eye. So now we'll go back into sculpt mode, and I'm just going to bring over my drawing tablet, and I'm just going to add a tiny little bit of a highlight. And so we're just going to make it like look like a piece of marble. So I'm going to go to the draw brush, and I'll just like go right here, and I'll just kind of pop this out to add a little bit of a highlight. All right, like that. Smooth it. So we're basically adding a 3D highlight because we can't actually add like a highlight to the eyes because the eyes aren't actual real eyes. Let's now go back to object mode. And then what I can do is I can rotate the eye. So I'm going to rotate it a little bit so it looks like he's looking over in this direction. And just a small rotation really does, you know, add more to the pose because instead of him looking straight, the pose is broken a little bit. So he looks like he's looking over to the side. And then I will duplicate the eye and bring it over here. We'll add another eye, and this eye I'll just bring back and just stick into place there. We deleted the one that was mirrored over, so now I can just place this one pretty much in the same exact spot. All right, I'll go into the rendered view and just see how this is looking. So now you can see we have that little bit of a highlight there in the eyes. All right, so I just gave it another test render and I'm really liking how this is turning out. So I'm gonna show you how I would create an animation, but before I do the animation, I'm gonna do some render settings and a little bit of compositing. So I'm gonna go here to the render properties. Let's open up the light paths and the sampling. And I think 100 samples will be fine. I don't want too low samples, but I don't want to add excessively high samples. So I'll just leave it at 100. For the light paths here, I can turn these down. And if I turn them off, it's gonna render a bit faster. However, if I turn some of them off, then it might make the shading look a bit weird. Like if I turn the total to 0, there's just like a little bit of a darkness here. So I'm gonna make sure I don't turn it too low. But for example, like the transmission and the transparency, we don't need any of those. It's not really going to affect anything. Now, for some reason, if I drag the transparency, the lighting looks slightly different. You can see that if I have it at 2, there's just a little bit more light there. So I am going to leave the transparent at 2, but all of these I'll just turn off. But the diffuse, glossy, and total I'll leave to 2. So that'll help to speed up the render a little bit. And then also I'm going to be using my GPU. So I'm just going to give this a render, and then after it renders, we'll do some compositing. So I'm just going to jump over to the compositor. Let's click on new. And what I'm going to be doing is adding in the vignette right here. Drop this in here, drag it over, and the render is finished. And if it wasn't like loading up, you can shift control, select the vignette here, and then go back just so that it actually like updates. And then what I can do is drag the vignette factor down and then drag the feather up. So if the factor is down, it's more subtle. If the feather's up, it's more blurred. So now you can see we just have a very subtle vignette kind of around the image. Maybe I'll just make it even more subtle. All right, so then if I zoom in here, what I could do is search for like RGB curves, drop this here, and I could play around with the RGB curves if I want to, just to kind of play around with the colors a bit. I'm gonna hit the M key to mute and unmute it to kind of see what it looks like. Maybe go here for the R for red, and I could add more or less red. I could add more and less green. But honestly, I like how the lighting is. I like how it is right now, so I'm just going to keep it how it is. I'll just add a subtle vignette. All right, so I'm now going to animate this. So I'll go back here to the layout and hit escape. And let's select the camera, and I'm going to do a basic camera animation. So I'm going to click up here, drag down to split the window, and I'll change this to the timeline. All right, let's now move the camera over and bring it in. And before I actually do the animation, I'm just going to increment the save again so that we have this file here, but then we'll have another file which will be for the animation. So for the animation, I'm going to go here to the resolution on the output properties, and I'm going to leave it at 1920 by 1080, but I will do it at 200% resolution, so it's a 2K resolution. So now what I can do is hit R to rotate and rotate it on the Z-axis. I can bring it up here, bring it in. So if you hit G to grab and then click with the middle mouse wheel, that'll bring it in and out. So I'll just bring it in here. Let's go into the rendered view to see how it's looking. And this local here, and I'll change this back to global because we're not using the local anymore. So you can also hit G and then double tap the Z key to zoom it in and out. So what I'm going to do is just kind of have like the camera right here, something like that. Maybe bring it in a little bit more. And what I'll do is hit K, and I'm going to insert location, rotation, scale on the camera, and that's on frame 1. Now what I'll do is just play the animation. And I don't want it to be a super long animation. Maybe I'll just have it like 10 seconds, which is 250 frames in 24 frames per second. So maybe I'll go to frame 70 and I can move it and I can rotate it, move it over like that. I'll hit K and insert location, rotation, scale. So I'm going to go back to the starting and play this. Let's hit the A key in the timeline to select everything. And I'll hit the T key and I'm going to change the keyframe interpolation to linear so it plays at a consistent speed. And then what I could also do is just like drag the keyframes out so he just moves a little bit slower. What I could also do is rotate it a little bit, and then I'll hit K and insert location, rotation, scale to override the keyframe, and then maybe drag this out a bit because I think it's a little bit fast. Let's go into the rendered view. All right, now you can also see the background here. I need to select the background and let's scale it up a bit. Scale it down a little bit like that. I'm just going to scale up on the x-axis so that it's covering everything. Now what I can also do is go into the material preview mode, and then in the material preview mode I can click here on the shading dropdown and choose the scene lights and scene world. And so this is basically going to show us what it would look like in Eevee. So that's pretty cool. So I'll just have it play for maybe a few seconds. What you can also do is with your mouse over the timeline, you can hit Control T, and Control T is going to switch between showing the frames or showing the seconds. So you can have this go maybe to like, 3 or 4 frames or 3 or 4 seconds. All right, so what I'm going to do is select the camera again. And what I can do right here is I can duplicate the camera and have it as a different angle. So to do this, what I'm going to do is hit Control B. So Control B is going to add a binder, like a camera binder with a marker right there. Now what I'm going to do is move 1 frame over to 97, and I'll duplicate the camera. And what we're going to do is delete these keyframes. So I'm going to box select the keyframes and delete them. So now this camera here doesn't have any keyframes. And 1 frame over, I'm going to hit Control 0, and then I'll hit Control B. Oops, so put your mouse in the camera or put your mouse in the timeline and then hit Control B. All right, so now before, you can see right here, leading up to frame 96, it's the first camera, and then it switches and it binds it to the second camera. And you can see the black triangle is telling us which camera is the active one. So let's zoom over to 97 and I'll go into the camera view, and then I can rotate this. And I think what I'll do is maybe have it like move up or something. Maybe rotate it up like this. And I'll hit K and insert location, rotation, scale. I'll hit the spacebar to play this. Maybe about here, and I'll bring it up on the Z-axis like that. And then I'll hit K and insert location, rotation, scale. So now when I play this, you can see it slowly moves up. That's a little bit too fast, so I think I'll drag the keyframes back. And then again, hit the A key to select the keyframes. I'll hit T, and I'm going to set the keyframe interpolation to linear. So I can just play this and watch the first frame, then watch the second one. Maybe scale this out a bit, because if I scale the keyframes, that's going to slow it down a little bit. So you can really do whatever looks cool. So I like having this shot here for the eye. And then you could do like a, I don't know, make it rotate around, maybe rotate around the mouth or whatever you want to do. All right, let's go maybe to frame 210, and I'll hit Shift D to duplicate the keyframe or duplicate the camera. Let's box select the keyframes, and I'll delete the keyframes. Then I'll hit Control 0. So this becomes the active camera, and then hit Control B. So now before this, you can see it's camera 2, so it's camera 1, camera 2, and then camera 3. So I'm going to make the end frame a bit longer. Let's go to frame 210, and I'll rotate the camera. What you can also do is hit the Shift tilde button. So the Shift tilde button is going to use the fly mode. What you can also do is click here instead and use the toggle, the lock toggle. So now when I just scale it or scroll with my mouse wheel, it's going to follow, the camera's going to follow my view. Or you can also use Shift tilde, which will activate the fly mode. So there's a lot of ways to move the camera around. I do have a video on how to use the camera. You can check out that video in the description on how to use Blender's camera. So I think what I'm going to do is maybe zoom in really close to the head, and then I'll hit K and insert location, rotation, scale. Then I'll hit the spacebar to play, and I could do maybe 350 frames. 350 frames is about 15 seconds or 14 seconds. So I'll go to the end and I'll zoom out so you can see the entire thing, the entire bust, maybe like that. Okay, and then I'll hit K and insert location, rotation, scale. So then I'll play this, and it starts out really slow, so I'm going to hit T, and I'm going to change the keyframe interpolation to linear, and then I'll grab this keyframe and drag it over, so it's a little bit slower. So he's kind of already zoomed out a bit. So now we can just watch the animation. So just a very simple animation. You can just, play around with the animation. You could have like an animation where the camera kind of rotates like this and looks at the entire thing, whatever you want to do. So I definitely like the first shot. I feel like the second shot could be a little bit more interesting, but I do like that it shows like the facial features. So one thing that I could do is I could rotate the bust a little bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to try this. We'll see how it looks, is I'm going to select everything. So we'll select these two objects. We'll select the eye objects. All right, select the eye objects. Then I'll shift select the fabric. And then lastly, shift select this piece here. And also actually, I think I might lastly shift select the actual table piece. So I'll now hit Control P and I'll set parent to object, keep transform. So I can actually rotate this to kind of rotate it and change it. Now what I want to do is I want to place the rotation point right here where kind of the head is. So I'll go into wireframe view, I'll go to top view by hitting 7, and I'll just place the 3D cursor right here. And then what I'll do is I'll click on object, set origin to 3D cursor. So now if I rotate this, you can see it's going to rotate about where the head is. So now what I could do is just do a very subtle animation where this is rotating, and that might look pretty interesting. So let's go to the starting, and I think I'll rotate this over a little bit like that. Actually, maybe I'll rotate it over this way, and then I'll hit K, insert location, rotation, scale, and then I'll play this, and I'll go all the way out. So we'll go all the way to a little bit past the end frame, and then I can rotate this on the Z-axis like that, and then hit K and insert location, rotation, scale. We'll select everything and I'll hit T and I'll choose linear. So now when I play this, it's hard to notice in this shot, but in this shot you should see that the head is rotating a little bit. So that's kind of cool. You can kind of see the angle change, and then right here it's also rotating a little bit. So I'm kind of looking at the end and seeing if I like that. That rotation, I actually think that's pretty cool, how it's very slowly rotating. It almost looks like, it might kind of look like the camera's rotating, but it kind of looks like the sculpt is actually on like a very slow turntable. Now another thing you could do is you could animate the depth of field. So I'm just trying to see where the empty is. What I can do is just open up the collection here and then just find the empty. And here's the empty. So I could just like move the empty forward a bit, and I can hit, let's see, if I go back to the starting, I can move it out, and I can hit K and insert location, rotation, scale. Then what I can do is move along the animation, and I could like move the depth of field. So for example, if I move it over here, now it's going to look like the focus is kind of changing over to this eye. So I'll hit K, insert location, rotation, scale. And if the depth of field is very strong, then you should be able to notice it's slightly changing. However, these eyes have about the same amount of depth, so you're probably not going to notice it that much unless I make the focal length stronger. So if I select the camera, we can go to the camera settings and we can change like the f-stop. So we can make like a really strong depth of field. And so that way you can see it's a little bit blurred, and then the focus changes. So that's pretty cool. And the f-stop is going to be different for each camera. So each camera you can add a different depth of field. And for this one, the camera is also focusing on this empty. So I think that's fine, but maybe towards the end here, I could bring it over, maybe bring it back a little bit. Just trying to figure out a place that works like that. We'll hit K, insert location, rotation, scale. So it moves over and then it kind of moves back. And then right here, it kind of zooms out. Let's take a look at the focus here. I think that's fine. So for this larger shot, I definitely want like a larger focus. So I'm just playing through this and seeing how it looks. And I think what I want to do is just do one more shot, because I do want to kind of show the sculpt a little bit more. So I'm going to do one more shot. So I'm going to add one shot to this. So instead of 350, maybe 400 frames. And let's do 450. So that'll be, what is that? Like 18 seconds. So I'm going to go like about here, maybe to about 400 or 340, or we could do 350. All right, we'll do 350. So I will hit Shift D to duplicate. I will hit Control 0 to make that the active camera, and then hit Control B, and then I can box select these keyframes and delete them. So now we have shot 1, shot 2, shot 3, and shot 4. And let's see, does the bus stop rotating? Yeah, the bus stops rotating. So what I need to do is select this this bottom piece here, the table, and we're just going to drag it over to frame like 450. And also on 450, I can rotate it even a little bit more. And then I'll hit K and insert location rotation scale, and that's going to override the keyframe because we were on that keyframe. So now you can see the bus sculpture just rotates a little bit. So let's now select the camera. Let's drag over here to the end. Let's go to 350, and I can just select the camera. I'll go here to enable, what is it even called? It's enable view navigation within the camera. So now I can move the camera around, and we can go into the rendered view, and let's just find a cool shot. So side view maybe is pretty cool. Just find like a good angle for this character. So I'm just taking a look at the lighting. I think that is actually maybe a pretty cool shot, because I like how dark the shadows are here. You could also render the back if you wanted to show like the hair and things, but I think maybe something like this is pretty cool. And something else that might be pretty cool is to do like a bit of a like rotation, like a turntable. So I'm actually going to show you how to do that. So what I'm going to do is place the camera wherever I want the turntable to be, like that. And what I want to do is make it rotate, but I want it to rotate around. So instead of just like moving straight over, I want to rotate around to look like it's on some kind of turntable. So an easy way to do this is to go to the add menu, and we can add a circle, and I'll scale the circle up. All right. And then what we can do is we can parent this object to the circle, and then we can rotate the circle. And so it'll actually rotate really smoothly. All right. So I'll select the camera and then shift select the circle. We'll hit Control P, set parent to object, keep transform. So now if I go into the camera by hitting 0 on the numpad, we will just, instead of animating the camera, we will animate the circle. So now if I select the circle and go into the camera view, if I rotate it on the Z-axis, you can see we get this really nice rotation. And this would be kind of hard to do without the circle, because we'd have to like move the camera, but then we'd have to make sure it like rotates rather than just going straight. If I just move the camera from here to here, it would be straight. But I instead want the camera to rotate a little bit, so I want this curve. And so that would be a little bit hard to do without this rigging setup. So this will just make it look a lot nicer, and it kind of make it look like the camera is on some kind of like rig and it's like rotating, or maybe somebody's holding the camera and moving around. So let's go to frame 350, and I'll hit K and insert location rotation scale. So we're going to add keyframes to the circle. Now what I'll do is go to the very end of 450, and I'll rotate the camera on the Z-axis. We'll rotate it around like that, and I'll hit K and insert location rotation scale. And then I'll select everything and hit T and change this to linear. Now I think that's a little bit too fast, so I can drag the keyframes out so it's a little bit slower. And I'll go into the rendered viewport mode just to see how that's looking. And then you can see the background here gets cut off. So what I want to do is just go through everything and make sure that the background is covering the shot. So in edit mode, let's select the side of the background and drag it out so it's much longer here. Let's see, we actually don't need to be that long, so I'll move it along the X-axis, just like that. So the first shot is covered by the background, the second shot is covered, the third shot is covered, and then for the fourth shot, I can just select these two on this side and drag it out. Go to the edge select this edge and drag it up a bit. Now this here, because it's so long, what I might want to do is just go to the edge select, drag this edge back, and then we can extrude it like that. So let's just drag this over a little bit more. And then here on this edge, I'll hit Control B to add a bevel, and I'll scroll my mouse wheel so it's nice and smooth. And then we will just select it and shade it smooth in object mode. Let's go into the rendered view. So I'm trying to make it look like it's on a display, like, you know, in a museum or something. Something that I don't like about this is how dark it is. So I might just drag this back a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is just hit Control Z to undo that. So I'll just hit Control Z, and I will drag this back so that there is a wider angle, because I do want some light to come through. All right, and I can double tap the G key to edge slide this. All right, and then if I select this edge here, Control B to add a bevel, make it nice and smooth, and then we will shade it smooth. Let's go into the rendered view again. So I do want it to be dark because I want to focus on the character. It kind of looks like there's these like display lights, you know, coming down, like you're in a dark museum and there's display lights lighting it up. We can also go into the material preview, and that's a little bit easier to kind of see what it's going to look like. So if I just hide the overlays, now we can just watch this. And let's just give this a render, and I'm going to see how long it takes to render on my computer. Now, one thing that I can do, and I think this will be fine, is I can definitely cut back on the samples, because you can see how long it's sitting here, and it's just adding more samples, and it's adding more samples and more samples. You can see the time up here and also the sample count. But like, honestly, we don't even need this many samples, because once the denoise comes into effect, it's going to really smooth that out. So a way that we can speed this up is to go to the sampling, and I'm going to turn the sampling, let's just hit escape. I'm going to turn the samples to 50 instead. So that should render quite a bit faster. So I'll hit the escape key. And then another thing which you could do is you could turn down the subsurface scattering, because the subsurface scattering definitely slows down the Blender file, or it slows down the render for sure. So you can see here's what it looks like without the subsurf. Here's what it looks like with the subsurf. So it does add just a tiny little bit here, kind of makes it look more like marble. However, I might just turn it down a little bit so it's even more subtle. All right, and that should make it render a bit faster if there isn't as much subsurface. So now I'll give this a render by hitting F12, and we'll see how much quicker this is to render. All right, and it finished, and you can see it took 58 seconds. So not terrible, but because it's 450 frames, that would still take a while. Now this frame here is going to be one of the longest frames to render. If I hit the escape key, let's go back here to the layout. If I let go over here, this is probably going to render quite a bit faster because there's just this black bit in the background. So I'll just render this and we'll see how much quicker it is. So the last one was 58 seconds. Now I did some calculations, and if the entire thing took 58 seconds a frame with 450 frames, that would take roughly 7 hours and 15 minutes. However, this shot here, you can see only took 29 seconds. So it was quite a bit faster. So this would be the kind of thing that I would just render it overnight when I'm not using my computer anyways, and it would probably only take, I don't know, maybe 6 to 7 hours to render, so really not that bad. So I could go ahead and render this overnight, but what I'm now going to do is show you how to use BlenderGrid to render this on a render farm. So before I upload it to BlenderGrid, I want to make sure that it keeps like the texture data in the file. So I'm going to click on File, External Data, and I'm going to click on Pack Resources. And one important thing that it needs to pack is the HDRI. I believe the HDRI is the only like texture we have in the scene, because this is made up of like a procedural material, but it's packed the data. And so now when it renders, it'll actually have the texture. So I'm going to hit Control S to save this file, and then I'll close it. So here is BlenderGrid, a really great render farm for Blender. I've tried this out myself and I can highly recommend it. It's very easy to use. And if you use my affiliate link in the description to sign up, you can get $20 off your first cloud render. So what I can do is just upload the Blender file by dragging it and dropping it here. And so this is the Blender file, which has all of the texture data packed into the file. So once you upload it, it's going to check the file. So we'll just wait for this to finish. It usually doesn't take that long. It definitely could take longer though if you have a very dense scene. And I do have an add-on review video where I go into more detail with BlenderGrid. So if you want to check out my full add-on review video, I'll also have it linked in the video description. So it's finished checking it now. So we want to make sure this is an animation. You can see here's the resolution. Let's go over here to the settings. So it's an animation. You can see the start frame is 1, the end frame is 450. So it's reading the Blender file and making sure it keeps all the settings. So it has like 1920 by 1080 with 200 resolution. There's also the samples there. There's also the file format, so I'll just have it save as PNGs. You can also check like the camera and the compositing and everything. So now what we can do is click on calculate price. And so we just need to wait a few minutes, and it's going to do some benchmarking on our scene. All right, and the benchmarking is finished, and I really like that they have upfront pricing, so you can see the pricing before you render, and so you have like a deadline here, which is really useful. So if you're on a tight deadline, maybe you have a project deadline that you need to finish, you could just turn this way down to like $2 or something. You can see it's going to go up a little bit. And if I turn it up to a much larger deadline, like 10 hours, you can see it's going to be a bit cheaper. So then there's also the resolution. So if you want to lower the resolution, then, it'll be a cheaper render. You can also change the samples. You can also change the samples here. So if you don't need that many samples, you could like cut the samples in half. You can see it's going to be quite a bit faster, but I'm going to leave it at 50. So now what I can do is I can click right here and I can preview the images. And so this way I can make sure that the materials look correct and the lighting looks correct. And so I can just click on these and take a look at them. And so this is just going to show me a nice preview render so I can make sure it looks good. Because for example, you wouldn't want to spend the money getting it all rendered and then end up having like some texture data that was missing, and then you'd have to re-render it all. And you can see the preview render is kind of low resolution, it's low quality, but it's just going to show you just to make sure that the lighting looks good and to make sure everything worked. So these look absolutely fine. So there's like a shot at the beginning, a shot in the middle, and the shot at the end. So I'll go back here to projects. So then you can click on start rendering and you can add your payment information unless you've already added some render credits to your account, and you can start rendering. So it just started to render, and you can see it's actually going to show you, a percentage of how far it's done rendering. And you can also check the details here. And so when the frames come up, when the frames actually show up, you'll actually be able to check out the frames. So while it's rendering, you can check to make sure it's rendering properly. And so if something isn't rendering properly, you can of course just cancel the render. All right, and BlenderGrid has finished, and it did render it in just a little under 2 hours. So that's great. And you can see here's all the frames. And if you want to see them bigger, you can hover over and then click here, and it's going to open it up in a new tab. So we can just take a look at that. So that's really great. And so it now has 2 zip files, and you can see each zip file is about 2 gigabytes. Now that might seem really big for just like a short animation, but these are PNG images. So they're nice, large, high quality images, and they're lossless. So once I render out the animation, I don't actually need every individual frame. So I'm not going to keep all the frames on my computer because that would just be a massive file size. If for all of the animations I ever did, I kept all of the frames. So I'm just going to render it out to a video, and it'll be much more compressed. So I'm just going to download both of these, and then we'll jump into a new Blender file. So here inside of Blender, I'm going to click on File, and I'll click on New, and then we're going to open up a new video editing. I don't need to save this current project. And so here we are in Blender's video editor. I do have a video editing tutorial series if you want to learn the basics of video editing for beginners. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those zip files and extract them. I'm going to create a new folder and call this Frames, and I'll go into the folder. And then you can just cut these zip files from your desktop or your downloads folder. You can just paste it right here. All right, and then I can select all of them, and I can extract here, and this might take a little bit because, it is like 4 gigabytes of files. So it might take a moment, but I'll just go into the folder, and here we go. It's extracting all the frames. And actually what's really cool is that it extracted these, but it actually just put them in one folder. You can see if I click here on the zip file and go into frames, here is frames 1 through 226, and then this one here, if I go into frames, this is 227 through 450. But when I extracted it, it just threw it all together into one folder. So that's really great. And then I actually can hit Control A, and I can cut these frames. I can go back out here, and then I can paste the frames. And then the frames folder, I don't actually need this folder, so because I already have another frames folder, so I can just delete this, move to trash. And then I don't need the zip files because I already extracted them. So that's just double the amount of frames or double the amount of storage. So I can also just delete these. I don't need these. So now back in Blender, I'll hit Shift A and I'll go to Image Sequence. In my Roman project files, I am going to go to Frames, hit A to select everything, and click on Add Image Strip. And then I'll click and drag, and I can also hit Shift S just to bring it to the starting. And then the end frame, I'll make 450, and I can play this. And that is looking very cool. It's a little bit laggy because Blender is trying to like prefetch the frames. You can see right there. So it's like smooth here, but then like over here, it gets a bit laggy. And then of course you can add music, sound effects, whatever you want to do. I am not going to show the entire process of adding music and sound effects. It's really easy. You can just drag and drop in sound effects. If you want to learn the basics of video editing in Blender, then definitely check out my video editing tutorial series. So I'm just going to render this to a video. So let's go to the output properties. We'll set an output right here. I'll just save it in my Roman project files and accept that. Here I'll set it to a video. Open up encoding. I'm going to use MPEG-4, H.264, medium quality and good. And then I can change this to no audio or leave it at AAC if you have some, music in the background. These should be just the default settings in Blender. So then you can click on File and just save this video editing project if you want to. And then you can click on Render and render the final animation. So thank you so much for watching. This is definitely the longest video that I ever have uploaded on my YouTube channel. If you did watch the entire video, definitely let me know in the comments. I would be interested in knowing if anyone actually made it through the entire video. So I hope you found this video useful. I hope you found it helpful for your own art process and your own learning. And if you'd like to see more of these type of videos, then definitely let me know in the comments. So I'm trying out different types of videos, like some time-lapse videos, more creation process videos, these kind of step-by-step real-time videos. So I'm trying different sculpting sculpting videos because sculpting is something that I'm a little bit new to sculpting on my channel. I haven't made that many sculpting tutorials other than some, beginner tutorials. So I want to make a lot more sculpting videos on my channel because I'm really getting into character art. So definitely let me know if you enjoyed this video and if you liked it, and also give me any sculpting tutorial requests or video requests, because I definitely want to make videos that you guys find valuable and can just help you in your own learning. So I would definitely be interested in hearing your feedback in the comments. And if you enjoy my videos and you like to help support this channel, then you can also check out my Gumroad store and Patreon page. So on my Gumroad store and Patreon page, I have 3D models and assets, tutorial files, artwork project files, procedural materials, geometry node modifier setups, and lots more Blender content. I also have these tutorial project files, so if you'd like to get the project files with the Blender file, the material, the procedural material, the final renders, the animation, then you can get the project files linked in the video description, and that's a great way to help support this channel. So thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in a future video.